Hello. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We get proper chat on screen. Go. All right, yeah, so we're on chapter 4. Oh, okay. Lynch, Johnny, Easy, Lugia, Eric, Trep, Booty Consumer Maxim. How you all doing? Trep, when you get a chance, can you check and see what's up with YouTube bot? It is being dumb again and not posting videos. This time I have no idea, like, what could have made it stop. Just stop. So yeah, we finished chapter 3 last Wednesday, and now we are starting chapter 4. Kay has lost her memory, and we're trying to help her put things back together and find out who injured her. Okay, that works. Oh yeah, that's right. They're on the rooftop, right? Hey, do you recognize this place? I don't know. Was I really here? Maybe if I can get her to talk a bit, it will help jog her memory. Okay, just tell me whatever you remember. Anything will do. Okay, but I don't know how much help I'll be. Why is this being treated as fucking opposing testimony? This is so inappropriate. Oh my god. Hey, Rand and Tash. This is a little far for Edgeworth. If he says objection and is like, you stupid woman, I swear to fucking God. Well, right, but it's opposing testimony because he's going to be cross-examining her. She should not be cross-examined in this situation, is my main point. Besides, it's not actual testimony. Well, I guess maybe it could be considered. Because, like, alright, the basic definition is it's formal written or spoken statement. Especially one given in a court of law. Especially just means that if it's given in the court of law, it will probably be considered testimony. Otherwise, as long as it's a formal written or spoken statement. Is this a formal written or spoken statement? I mean, he just said, he's like, just tell me anything. Anything will do. That's not a very formal way of speaking, I wouldn't think. Hey, creature. Yeah, it is sort of like a forced game mechanic. Like, well, we have this, so how about you do this to this amnesiac girl? Did I really come to a place like this? Hold it! Did you really come to a place like this? It's so high up, and the wind is so strong, it's frightening. I just can't remember. I can't remember anything at all. I'm sorry, just as I thought, it's impossible. Hold it! It's only impossible if you believe it's impossible. Her memory isn't clearing up at all, huh?
I'm sorry. It's a bit pathetic, isn't it? You're both going out of your way for me, but I'm not helping at all.
You're doing just fine. You have memory loss after all. Now, let me beat it, the rest of it out of you, with words and logic. Are you sorry? Or are you just faking? Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, remember to go easy on her, sir. It shouldn't even need to be said. Normally, you have this really intense and kind of scary look on your face. You're not helping, Detective. Okay, now we're just pressing on everything because it's gonna be hilariously awful. Hold it! Face. It's got that arrogant smirk on his face. Oh, well, let me tell you something. The ticket stub here proves that you were indeed here.
I really don't remember coming here at all. I don't think I would want to come to a place like this.
Do you really think it's frightening? You used to love places like these, though.
Was that really me? We're so high up, just looking down makes me dizzy.
That could be the head injury, to be fair.
I think these kinds of places should be shut down.
Tall buildings?
What if an elderly person or a small child were to fall off?
Well, then that would be due to negligent behavior on someone's part, but not the people who built the building. The railing here is quite high. I think your worries are unfounded.
Is that so?
You say you don't remember anything. In that case, is there anything that looks familiar?
Looks familiar? The cherry tree.
What about the cherry tree?
I was standing under that cherry tree. That's right, I was taking shelter from the rain because it was raining then. And there, I saw something red.
She was under the cherry tree while it rained. And from there, she saw something red.
Is something wrong?
It's nothing. Could you add that last part to your story? She already did. I need it to show up on the screen so that I can object to it. A red what exactly? Could it have been a cherry?
A red something or other.
Was it dark red? Light red? Was it closer to pink? Closer to purple? Help me!
It was something red. That's all I can remember about it.
Speaking of things that are red here, could it be that stand over there?
Stand? A red stand. Ah, that's right! I saw someone walking towards me from the other side of that stand.
And then what happened?
And then, I'm sorry.
It's alright. Simply add everything you just said to your story. Nope, nope, nope. I specifically avoided that possibility. By that stand, do you mean the stand directly behind you?
Yes, from behind that red stand, someone came walking towards me. I saw it from under the cherry tree.
You've been saying that you saw someone. Does that mean you didn't see their face? Or was it a person you didn't know?
I'm sorry, that much I don't know.
Though someone came walking toward her from behind the red stand. And she saw that from beneath the cherry tree. Yo, what's up, Tom? Tom, just middle of cross-examining an amnesiac. Is there nothing else that comes to mind? It doesn't have to be related to the case.
Even if it's not related? I remember that the stand there was selling cotton candy.
If you're hungry, you could just say so. I'll make sure to buy one for you later, pal.
Thank you very much. I look forward to it.
There's not much I can do unless I draw out more information from it. For now, I'll press it for more details and see what I can find. The opening cinematic implied that she got pushed off a building. Could one not lie without knowing that they were lying? Depends on what the general definition of lying is. I don't know offhand. If it's simply providing a false statement, then yes, they could lie without. No. So if you don't know you're lying, you can't be lying, because lying is to make a false statement with the intention to deceive. So the intention to deceive is a part of that. So by that definition, you can't unknowingly lie. Because if you're attempting to deceive, then you're deceiving knowingly. Well, and that's a whole... Then you're trying to get into the person's state of mind, and that's always really difficult. I mean, people try, don't get me wrong. That's something that is a fact that attempts to be ascertained in cases all the time. But yeah, that's always really rough. Did some part of you know you were deceiving and you intended to do so? No, perjury, I believe, is knowingly giving a false statement under oath. Let me just double check that. I'm fairly sure. Willfully, telling an untruth in a court after taking an oath or affirmation. So it has to have been done willingly. Willingly telling an untruth. If you go up there and you tell somebody exactly what you really believed happened, and you truthfully believed it, it's not perjury. That's our term for it, mens rea. I don't tend to use those terms, though, because most people don't know what they mean. A lot of attorneys still don't know what they mean. We're taught these terms, but, like, you'd be surprised at how rare you actually come across them in practice. You come across them, but not as often as the average person might think. Right. Yeah, if you're mistaken about something, then you're mistaken about something. Can't get it, Because if they made that a crime, there would be far fewer people willing to testify about anything just in case they were, because they start doubting themselves, like, man, what if it turns out I wasn't right? And then they could get in trouble. You'd be discouraging, like, witness testimony. We are trying to drag info from an amnesiac. Also, hello, Jessica. Glad to hear you did well in your rehearsal. You say you don't remember anything, but do you remember things? This whole thing is ridiculous. Is being a lawyer dangerous? It can be. I've never been threatened or like was worried about any type of physical confrontation. I'm also not a good target for that though, so I have that going for me just because of my size. But I mean, lawyers die from participating in their craft. It doesn't happen very often, but it can happen, yeah. Another circumstance where it can get kind of dicey, but this is only if you actually ever participate in one of these situations, is evicting somebody if the lawyer gets involved in that, which you don't really have to because the police can do that. The police should be doing that. But I know of it happening before. So immigration attorneys that actually, like, I don't usually go into immigration court, just because it's rare, and it's really a specialized portion of immigration where, like, if somebody were to come to me and say, I have an immigration court, hearing all this stuff has already happened, I would refer them to somebody who specializes in immigration court. First of all, because they only have it in specific cities, and hiring me is going to be stupidly expensive if you include the travel, compared to just getting somebody in that city. And again, second of all, it's immigration court functions differently. There are different rules than say if you were in county court, county circuit court, or federal court. They're similar, but there are certain rules and procedures that are a little different. You really need to know what you can actually be, what they're a little laxer on, as opposed to, you know. But yeah, you can, you still can take testimony and stuff. Yeah, I mean, the court that I would say I'd spent the most time in had a shooting in it, and somebody that I actually developed a pretty good close professional relationship with, because she was somebody who I dealt with as an attorney for the other parent in a case we were both on that was really crazy. And then she ended up working for the county, and she worked in a lot of family cases that I was also involved in. So we worked together in a bunch of different circumstances. She was there, so she told me all about it, and apparently, like, no, I don't think anybody died, but she was like, we all thought we were gonna die. But apparently the bailiffs were able to get on that dude, like, really fast. Of course it's stressful, because lies generally, what's that term that you find in, like, begets more lies? Yeah, you guys should have security. Just because of the volume of people, some of those people could be crazy. But yeah, there can be dangers to it. I'm sure there are some criminal defense attorneys that have, you know, they carry guns on them. Everywhere but the courthouse, because you can't do that. I don't know anybody personally, but I also never ask, so, I mean, it's possible some people I know do that. It's not something I generally bring up in casual conversation. I mean, I think it depends. If she, what kind of law does she practice? Because there are some areas of law where that's just not very likely to happen at all. I need to prove my innocence. How is a gun gonna do that? All right, so back to this. So we know that the face was probably obscured, so that could be a hint to drop the mask. This letter is from someone named Jill, so this could imply that she did know who she saw. So I'm thinking it's one of these two.
Objection!
Okay, not the mask. Ah, my head! Oh God! Oh, she knew it was a man. Someone was walking towards me from the other side of that stand. Does this say anything on it? That'd be useful. How are you, fun? Students. Alright, this is the cherry. Where's the stand? This? And these two things are in front of this portion, right? Is it my badge?
Objection!
Here we go. You stupid, stupid woman! So you're saying that someone came from behind the stand? Well, you idiot, that's impossible. And walked directly towards you.
Yes, someone came right up to me.
Then that someone must have been a ghost. Hold on. This is... isn't much left in here, what this will have to do. Oh, God. This very much... Actually, what am I doing? Hold on. I forgot that I hate having headphones. I'm like, why am I so hot? Because I hate having headphones on while I have this suit on. What? Paper towel? This is paper towel. This is not toilet paper. This is for cleaning. And I have it for cleaning. Along with this cleaning solution. Pledge. Beautify it. Lemon enhancing polish. Shines and protects wood. And more. But I do also have tissue because of my allergies. I deal with allergies quite often. The room? God. Okay, so this makes sense that Edgeworth would say this. It's still very inappropriate. But he's awkward like that, right? That someone must have been a ghost, you moron. Okay, so it is on... Everything is... Okay, so I thought those two things were in front, but then I was like, well, if the tree and the stand are in front of that building, then there would be no point in presenting it this way. So then I thought, oh, the building must be in between the tree and the stand. That someone must have been a ghost.
No, it was a person, I'm sure of it.
If this is where you were under the cherry tree, then someone behind the stand. Oh my God, okay, I wasn't even thinking of... So I was right, they're not on the same... The building is behind the two, but he's saying if someone was behind the stand, they don't have to be right there. They could have hidden behind the stand. This is, there's like space right there. Yeah, just because it's tight doesn't mean it couldn't happen. Like, they do not have to be where that red dot is. No, I don't think you can tell that it's impossibly tight by this diagram. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's possible that there's no way somebody could have been behind it, but from what this diagram is showing, it's not so far gone a conclusion as he's making it seem. Especially depending on the build of the person. Yeah, exactly. If it's a stand, then there has to be a way for somebody to get in here unless they come in through the front, and not many stands have it so that people can come through the front for a reason. Wouldn't have any ground to stand on. They'd be floating in midair. Using a jetpack. No person could be able to stand there. Hey!
But I'm not lying.
If he came from around the stand, like, if he was behind the stand, I think the assumption is he was like behind the stand and walked around it, right? Because if she's saying he walked to her from directly behind the stand, then the whole thing about him being off behind the stand in the air doesn't even matter, because he couldn't simply pass through the stand as it was because it's solid matter. I don't think that's what they're saying. That's a little more obvious. Oh man, this is some trauma anime shit. Look at her fucking iris.
Someone in red was on the other side of the stand.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely floating in the back. How close to the stand? Because if somebody said they're behind the stand and there was room behind the stand, I wouldn't assume that they'd be off the side without asking for more details about how far behind the stand they were. She does look like a Corpse Party character.
They were walking towards me, getting closer and closer, and then that person. Ah!
Oh God. What's wrong? Calm down. It's all right. Me and Mr. Edgeworth are both here for you, pal.
I was pushed off. That person in red. Yes, you were wearing a red raincoat.
Hey, Tara. He is a ghost.
Someone in a red raincoat was walking in midair. And furthermore, they pushed her off this building? Nonsense. There is no way she could be alright after falling from a building this high.
Attention, everyone. Please remain where you are. What's wrong, pal? I'm a detective. Tell me what's going on. Sir, a body was just discovered in this building! A body? Who was the victim? We're currently investigating the details, but the victim is a woman. We have verified that her name is Kay. Let me tell you, the divorce cases would be worse than any of the cases we've had so far. Tax evasion would be interesting without being tragic. What? What? You know, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I would automatically assume that it's the same K. There are other people with that name too, and that's such an unlikely scenario that it would have been instantly dismissed. Well, sure, anytime there's, but it doesn't matter what her name was. Her name could have been Ariel, and it would be just as concerning. Because so many people get away with it. That and the IRS is ultimately worried about its money more so than anything else. And if they send you to prison, how are you going to pay them? So, like, that's why many deals are generally struck in order to try to figure a way to best pay back the money. This room happened to be... Yes, sir. It's the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee's meeting room. What? It's here? I had heard they recently moved out of the Prosecutor's building. Why? But to think they moved here of all places.
Mr. Edgeworth, Kate!
Wait, no, this is Karen. Oh, yeah, it's been...
Oh, hey there, Mr. Edgeworth, Kay.
How do you even get your hair like that? Oh God, I feel bad for her cheeks.
What brings you here? How are you holding up?
We're in the middle of an investigation right now. Sorry, but who might this be?
Ah, this is my granny. Let me just... Hey there, sorry, the name is Bonnie Young. Who the heck are you? She says.
What, having a tie and then a big old circle? Sure, and like, if you have a fro, you can do that. She doesn't have a fro though. You can tell by the like how her hair is actually like straightened. You'd have to have like a lot of fucking hair. Her hair has to like go down to her ankles or something. Even Joker's afraid of the IRS. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor. Miss Jensen, isn't Young the name of...
Ahem. Granny is the, Granny is the director of the Die Young Hospital, yeah.
This old lady is the director?
Who are you calling old, she says.
She can read my thoughts?
Oh, so that granny is pretty important, huh? Haha, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, yes, she is.
You have to wonder what she told her, right? Because she could have told her a whole bunch of things. Hey, Maxon. Thank you for the re-up of your student body membership. 6 long months. You should be blue now. If it's 6 months. Why you aren't blue is beyond. Maybe it doesn't start till tomorrow. But yeah, you should be blue shield level now. Thank you for the support, dude. Much appreciated. So she could have been like, no, yes, I am. She also could have been like, I'm thinking about firing you. Or, you know, something to that effect. Time does fly when you're having fun and supporting YouTube creators. It's truly wonderful. Hi, oh yeah, that.
These people are the patient's guardians. You know, the one with the amnesia.
It seems she is a bit of an introvert.
Hey, Sonny, want me to cure that bad case of the frownies for you? She says.
I'm afraid that's an incurable disease for Mr. Edgeworth, pal.
Really, Granny? You want me to say that? I ain't got nothing to say to you whippersnappers. You're free to do whatever you want. But you better not get in the way of my autopsy.
Why would you be doing an autopsy here? Please, wait, we're...
No means no.
Hey, you don't have the right to decide that, pal. What just happened? Does smacking her ball, like, indicate that she should be shaking her head?
Sorry, Granny is the coroner, you see. And she's in charge of this case, so ouch!
What'd she just hit her with?
So I'm very sorry, but that's the way it is.
What do you mean that's the way it is, pal?
Well, even if you ask me, I'm not the one who said it.
What the fuck is going on? Why is she so happy about smacking her hair? This might be Old Bag's mother, Sarah. Kind of feel like I'm watching a comedy act, sir.
Well, we need to get back to the autopsy, so please excuse us and take care.
Why is there an autopsy being performed right there? Oh, is she holding a cane? Well, what's with her attitude? Well, I mean, she's probably gonna die soon, so that's probably the source of her bitterness, and she regrets so many things in her life. But we received permission to investigate. There shouldn't be any problems. That attitude of hers is a huge problem, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do now?
We'll investigate the scene, of course. As a prosecutor, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Well then, let's begin. Hey, Nick.
But the policeman said that the dead person is also named Kay.
Okay. If your name was Ashley and the person's name was Ashley, would that matter? I know it does, because obviously it wouldn't be a thing in the game if it weren't. But I'm just asking everyone to think about this from a much more logical perspective and less wacky perspective. It doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Then I'm pretty sure I'm not the K that you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's not just one K in this city. At least I'm pretty sure, I'm 99.9% sure. This is a big city. We shall investigate that now, but don't worry. There's no question that you are the K I know.
Okay.
An amnesiac K and a corpse K. Both are connected to the Grand Tower. I'm certain that this case will lead me to Kay's lost memories. Didn't they say continue the autopsy, though? If they're continuing the autopsy, or am I misremembering that? If they're continuing the autopsy, then that means they've started it already. I disagree. Let's see. You there, tell me the situation about the security of this room. Yes, sir. To enter this room, a special keycard is required. I see. In other words, not just anyone can enter this room. So, the person who found the body was also... Yes, it was a member of the PIC who had come here for today's hearing. Member of the PIC? Not for this case. Right now I would be... It's half of a large round table with 11 chairs. It seems to be based off a certain legend. Wait. Wasn't he literally just in this room? Or is there inquiry room in the prosecutor's office? I might not be remembering that correctly. I know that one, sir. It's the famous Knights of the Brown Table. Huh? Was I wrong? Knights of the Clown Table? Shut your mouth. Knights who say neat. Good old Monty Python. He's getting colder, but I won't say anything. This is Lady Justice. You sure do know a lot, sir. What kind of powers does she even have? She's a symbol of justice, not a superhero. It's said the scales represent justice, the sword, power, and the blindfold, equality. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Rounds of the night table. Table of the Knights round. bone on the meat. The statue. Specimens. Ooh. Pool of blood lies at the feet of the goddess statue. Judging from the pool of blood, it seems that this was where the victim was killed. But sir, the body is over there. After murdering the victim, did the killer move the body? Excuse me! You are? Ow. Oh yes, what is it? That voice. It's Von Karma, right? Do you know her, Granny? Good to see you again, Doctor. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth. You'd think at this point they'd be on a first name basis, but nope! If you're a big fan of Franziska Von Karma, give me a hell yeah. Hell yeah! What is she doing here? She said hi to him and he's just like... Franziska Von Karma. She is a prosecutor working with Interpol and the daughter of Manfred Von Karma. She should be jetting around the world right now. Whenever there is a case, I will follow. National borders mean nothing before me. I believe her. Your presence here must mean that this is your presence here must mean that this case has international significance. I do not. Was that a YouTube video or something? You know well enough that I'm chasing a smuggling ring. I shall recover all the stolen goods and crush that organization. Then, does that mean the smuggling ring is also involved in this particular case? Any further information is confidential. I am not obligated to speak of it with you. So it won't be that easy. Miss Franziska Von Karma, Granny says the autopsy is complete. You're free to do what you want. They actually did the autopsy right here. That is ridiculous. Malpractice. They are professionals. The autopsy, oh yeah. In that case, we would like to investigate as well. I've heard rumors about you. No way am I letting you near that body. You're that prosecutor who's about to get the boot. You best run on home now, Sonny. Just so you know, I wasn't the one who said that, okay? Please, Granny, we need to investigate, no matter what. Hey, lassie, who are you calling Granny? I'm sorry. Hey, fucking relax, she's an amnesiac. We're not getting anywhere. I guess I have no other choice. Time to bring out the brass knuckles. Franziska, please allow us to aid you in your investigation. We must examine that body in order to find out what happened to Kay. To Kay Faraday? I'm asking you too, sir. Kay's in really bad shape. I don't know what's going on, but fine, I'll grant you permission. You have my thanks.
Of course, I didn't say it would come without a price. You will explain everything to me later.
We really owe you one, sir. I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy. Ouch!
So that's how it is. If you would be so kind as to authorize them to, Doctor. I suppose it's fine if he's with the prosecutor from Interpol, is what she says. And I fully agree with Granny. By the Von Karma name, the entire world will be judged. That's just common knowledge.
What? That's rather conceited for common knowledge. Yeah, yeah. I would argue that brain injuries are pretty good excuses for bad manners. I don't know, maybe. I have live chat on, so it really shouldn't be. Like, I should be able to see everything. No wonder they have fucking preliminary autopsy reports. The coroners actually do the autopsies at the scene, make a preliminary report, then take the body back to do a real autopsy and give you an updated report. Which means the preliminary autopsies should just be... Fuck them.
Well, it's none of my beeswax anymore, is what she says. I hope you don't get in trouble for this. You needn't worry. My reputation will not be shaken by something so petty.
Unlike me, who is on the verge of losing his badge. Just in case the wrong people are spying on me. I am honored if the wrong people are coming in here and watching my stream to try to fucking... well, I had the word and I lost it. When you're... like trailing someone, you're... What's that word? Why can't I think of that word? Like you have a stakeout, you're watching them, you're seeing what they're doing, not spying. Starts with an... Does it start with an S? Not monitoring. Hey, loyal bro. Welcome to the student body. Enjoy those special emotes that come with your membership. Much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Surveillance! Surveillance! That's the one. That's the one. I have not started the week out well, let me tell you. Hey, JB. As everyone can see, I'm in top form. Can't even remember words like surveillance. There is a straight-up dead person on the bench that they just performed an autopsy on right there. All right, get out of the way. I want to see the body. This body. Who is this? She has the corsage. And a pretty impressive suit. She got shot 3 times? Or stabbed 3 times? I'm also not sure if she was going horseback riding or what with those boots. It's not Kay, sir. It doesn't look like her at all. Of course it isn't. Kay is alive after all. Her age is, I guess, around 30. And she's wearing a pantsuit. Okay, question. For those that might know a little more about the fashion industry than I do. So you generally refer to a pantsuit as a regular suit that a woman wears, right? Why not just call it a suit? Why does it have to be called a pantsuit? Are there suits that don't have pants? A woman's suit has a skirt? See, I wouldn't have thought that. If I'd see the skirt, well, let's put it this way. I would see anything as the jacket with some formal either skirt or pants to be a suit. I really don't see the need for the distinction. It seems kind of ridiculous. Because pantsuit just sounds stupid. Of course they're pants. It's a suit. I'd say there's more and more of that happening. More pants than skirts these days. Wait, so if I'm wearing a suit where the pants and jacket matches, it's a pantsuit? No, it's that way because it's the woman who's wearing them. I just think it's fucking a suit without pants. No, that's not. They're not wearing a suit then. They're just wearing a suit jacket. They have no pants. They did have logic. It's just that they expected women to wear skirts for their suits. So then they're like, well, we need to distinguish and fucking, point out the women that are wearing pants instead of skirts. So we'll call it a completely different thing. We'll call it a pants. That's fucking stupid. Yeah, I would say like a quarter, maybe, of the women I've had the pleasure of working with at one point or another wear skirts and the others wear pants. I do believe it's a generational thing just from experience. A lot of the younger women seem less attached to the skirt look. Whereas a lot of the our senior attorneys in the area will be seen having skirts on. Just say you wear suits. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know, maybe they like having it distinctive. I feel like people use that term to try to single people out that weren't conforming. Well, that's the thing, right? Isn't the point of feminism to attempt to call attention and create equality when there is none? If pantsuits are more common nowadays and it's not really seen as much of a big deal, then they've, in theory, come close to achieving that, right? So then there's no need for unless I'm totally wrong, I don't claim to know a ton about that topic, which is why I asked the question in the first place, because I have no fucking idea. Her hair's a lot different from Lana's. I mean, it's brown, but I think Lana's was even a different type of brown. Maybe she worked in one of the offices in this building. So, her identity is still unknown. Yeah, can you imagine Edgeworth and Gumshoe having this debate right there as her dead body's like, what? Why is it even called a pantsuit? Sir, isn't it just a suit? Well, Gumshoe, you see. And everybody's just sitting there like, are they fucking serious? Just right in front of her. Just right in front of her dead body. Oh, I'd say 50% of my suits are pinstripe, because they look fucking slick. You have to wear the right undershirt with a pinstripe suit, though, otherwise you can look really fucking silly. Three-piece suits I only wear to the most formal occasions, because regardless of what time of the year it is, they're too hot for me. They look good, though. My partner wears a lot of three-piece suits. Yeah, this is the fucker that dislikes my my pinstripe suit. That's true. That's true. Some details where you're like, this is weird. So her identity is still unknown. The question now becomes, why did the police believe her name was Kay? I won't rest until I've yeah. Crooked Nanny! Let me get a glass so it looks less like I'm an alcoholic. If I'm drinking just a little bit out of a glass, you'd be like, oh yeah, it makes sense. One glass of, you know, something neat, that's fine. But if you're just chugging it from the bottle, suddenly people think you're an alcoholic. My dog intercepted me in the kitchen and demanded that I allow her outside so that she may relieve herself. Oh, because of the fan? See? Doesn't look so alcoholic-y now, does it? Now it looks like just a snifter. Bullet holes. There doesn't seem to be anything in this pocket. That's what you drew. What? This pocket has holes in it, sir. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Judging by how the cloth was pierced, she must have been stabbed by something, by some sharp object. Yeah, now it's just bar review. For those that don't know, it's very common in cities with law schools to have what's called a bar review, in that the law students go and review the various bars around town. We have a culture within our profession, let's just put it that way. All your coins would fall out of those holes, sir. That's what came to your mind? Detective, haven't you ever heard of a wallet? Of course I have, sir. I just use my pockets, though. Most people do, right? Never mind. Something seems to be pinned to her jacket. It's made out of purple cloth. It looks like it's been forcibly torn off, doesn't it? Well, we can deduce that one. There is a burn mark on her hand. Is it connected to the cause of death? No, it appears to be an old scar. She probably got it a long time ago. It seems there is something in her hand. Detective, could you open her hand for me? Yes, sir, understood. This is, oh, I know. This must be a gift card from a department store. Ah, yeah! It seems to be a key card. Why? The question is, what was this key card for? The left side of her white jacket has been stained a deep red. This jacket, the buttons are on the right side. Isn't that normal, sir? All my clothes have the buttons on the right side. For women, it is normal to have them on the left side. I didn't know that until I watched The Office, and Michael Scott bought a woman's, I think it was a suit coat. I think it's an entire suit. It's like there's no pockets in the and the buttons are on the wrong side. I'm like, oh, is that a thing? Yep, that is true. Mr. Edgeworth, you really do know everything. That's just common knowledge. There doesn't seem to be anything out of place. There's something white in her pocket. They're gloves, pure white gloves. One for each hand. They're gloves, pure white ones. One for each hand, sir. They don't seem to be dirty. Could they be the victims? Oh, nope. Didn't mean to do that. I mean, yeah, it's significant, but not necessarily because of anything we have. Fuck. The left side of her white jacket. Oh. Does that have to do with the blood on her hand? Oh well, whatever. This notebook. Huh? Isn't that Kay's promise notebook? This is the notebook she wrote all her promises. This is the notebook she wrote all her promises to her father in. It really takes me back, sir. Yes. When Kay was younger, she and her father wrote the promises they made in this notebook. However, why is it in a place like this? Ah, now that you mention it, I once heard something from Detective Bad a long time ago. It seems that before anyone had noticed, Kay's memento had gone missing. What? So a piece of evidence that was in police custody went missing? Detective Bad frantically searched all over for it, but it seems he never found it. What could this mean? Why was the missing notebook found here? You there, do you happen to know anything about this notebook? The victim was carrying this notebook where they found her. That was the only evidence we had to identify the body. So that's why you called her Kay. What a misleading victim, huh? Why'd she have Kay's notebook? I sure would like to have some information on the victim's identity, though. There's some blood on her head. Maybe she was hit with something. We don't know that for sure. Our investigation will ultimately clear that up. She's wearing boots. Oh, apparently not. The purple flower Kay had with her. I wonder if that originally belonged to the victim. Now that you mention it, the cloth does look the same as the one on the pin. Oh God. Well, I see where this is going. Yes, let's compare them without delay. It's a perfect match, sir. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. The fact that this flower belongs to the victim means... That can only mean that Kay Faraday came in contact with the victim. And about that corsage, it looks like it was forcibly ripped off. There is a possibility that Kay Faraday is connected to this case, and depending on the situation, we may have to consider her as a suspect. Again. What did you say? There's no way she did it. It's unthinkable. Kay could never do that, sir. However, it's true that we have no evidence to deny that claim. It's nothing more than a possibility at the moment. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth? Indeed. For better or for worse. What logic do we have? Perhaps the key card the victim was holding is for this room. I'll go find out, sir. Mr. That was fast. Mr. Edgeworth, from this room's security system, we were able to retrieve the data of the victim's card. So that means the victim was able to freely enter this room. Wouldn't the card normally be ID'd in that circumstance when it belonged to somebody specific? Isn't that what happened in the light case? If the card actually belonged to the victim, of course. Yes, of course. Yeah, like that's how we were supposed to look at it, right? Like she said that and we were supposed to go, oh, good job, Fran. Good job. You Sonnies want something? Is what she says. That's a lot of clients. Probably a lot of money in her pockets, too. Yeah, right, Tom? JB was here, but I don't think he's on the active participant list. Well, I'm sure there were some situations where there were more at 3 at once. Miss Jensen, can you tell me about your relationship with Dr. Young? Yes, ever since I was little, I've always been together with Granny. Whenever I got lost, she would search for me until it got dark. And whenever I fell down, she would watch over me until I get up on my own. What a charming story. She sounds like quite the grandmother's child. Is that actually her grandmother?
And after I became a nurse, whenever I'm about to make a mistake with my injections. Not there, there, she'd say, as she grabbed the needle and... Oh!
Ouch, just hearing it hurts, pal. Please keep those stories to yourself. Yeah, I know what nurse I don't want working on me.
Anyways, as long as I have Granny by my side, there's no nursing I can't do.
That's a double negative. Okay, whatever. I see. I fully understand. Thank you for your cooperation. Regardless of her charming story, they do seem to share a very close-knit bond. Four of those clients are American presidents? That is not surprising. Dr. Young, you sure are a masterful coroner, sir. Pal, you work with such blinding speed, you make no wasted movements.
What do you sonnies know about autopsies? You don't know the first thing about my work.
Excuse me for giving you a compliment, motherfucker. Allow me to apologize for his rudeness. I'll be sure to reprimand him later.
Listen up, youngin'. It's my duty to perform the autopsy quickly and accurately. That's why I have no patience with those who get in the way of my work, is what she says. Are you satisfied?
Very, very much so. We only wish to investigate. We have no desire to get in your way. Looks like Dr. Young's stubbornness comes from her devotion to her work.
The Die Young Hospital is a splendid hospital and Granny is in charge of it. Well, how about it? Would you like to be admitted and experience it for yourself? That's right. Right now, there's an opening in our hospital suite in our hospital suite with the outdoor spa.
As long as I don't get her as my nurse. We are in good health. There is obviously no need for us to be hospitalized. That's right, we're perfectly healthy, pal. That's our sole redeeming feature. Just what does he mean by that?
Well, you see, the Die Young Hospital also accepts healthy patients. We're currently in the middle of our Full of Life Healthy Hospital Stays campaign. Those without injury or illness can stay at our hospital for half the price.
Why would you need to stay in a hospital if you're healthy? I mean, if they have a fucking spa, basically a hotel. Just one rounded with death.
This is the chance of a lifetime, so what do you say? Hospital stay, hospital stay.
You know, an outdoor spa at half price. Does sound like a good deal. Don't fall for it. Does she know anything about...
I'm really glad we found Kay's father.
I am an acquaintance of hers. I'm not her father.
What? Then what about that business card?
I doubt there are many children who carry around their parents' business cards.
But I carry one around, Granny's, I mean. So surely, ouch! I don't give a hoot how you're related. You took her in, so you better take good care of her.
Of course, that was my intention. Kay is in good hands. Yes, I have read 1L. That was a very popular topic of I didn't read it before going to school because I didn't know it existed, to be honest. But it was a very popular topic of discussion for like our first month and a half there. And I think by the end of that month and a half, almost the entirety of our 1L class had read it. What? Why did Steam pop up? Go away. What's this? I see. No, that's not. Oh my god. Can I not examine this? Or is this a part of the... I guess I wasn't paying attention to the floor. Yeah, okay. That does not at all look like what was on the ground there. Could this be the murder weapon, sir? A three-pronged candelabra. This is consistent with the murder of stab wound. The number of stab wounds. She was probably stabbed by the prongs on the. She was probably stabbed by the prongs of the candelabra. Candy zebra? I'm afraid that's not quite what you're imagining, detective. Candelabra is a candlestick holder with multiple arms. Ah, so it's a candle holder. You know, one time I forgot to pay my electric bill. I had to get by with only candles. What time period are you from? I don't know, it looks like there are some sharp edges, but I don't know why. So the victim's identity remains unknown.
Should you really still be calling me Kay?
Of course. What are you saying, pal?
Thank you, but then what about that woman?
She is someone who she's someone who you may have killed. That's all we know. You might have killed her. That's all we can be sure of at this point, is that's a possibility. Got him. It might depend on how they're certified in each jurisdiction. Oh, this is what Trep was talking about. This was in Romania. Constantine Reliu, 63, fails to overturn 2003 death certificate because he appealed too late. The case reminiscent of a Kafka novel. Oh god. Romanian court has ruled that a 63-year-old man is dead, despite what would appear to be convincing evidence to the contrary. The man himself appearing alive and well in court. So what do they do then? How do you remain officially deceased when you're not deceased? Dude only went back to Romania because he got deported. Really, you had planned to renew his passport in Romania and return to Turkey, but on arrival he was detained by immigration officers who informed him he had died in 2003. Sir, you died 18 years ago. I can assure you, Sonny, that I have not died. It doesn't. Now faced with a confusing legal battle to regain his identity. This just shows why having an appeal date deadline for something like this is absolutely fucking stupid. What are you saving? What are you preventing by having that? Yeah, this is what I thought. So one of the situations where that can happen is, let's say you went missing and they think you're dead, so they have a death certificate, but then it turns out you weren't actually missing. In the United States, it's a lot less of a problem than in Romania, apparently. Okay, so 2002. In 2002, this woman disappeared, taking a spur-of-the-moment decision to join a group of homeless hitchhikers on their way to Florida. She had been in the middle of an amicable divorce and had recently learned she had been denied housing support. Several years and countless hours devoted to the investigation later, her husband went to court and had her declared officially dead. She's now 55, is suddenly back, having been found living the life of a vagrant in Florida. So what happens next? Normally, a death certificate is issued once a doctor can verify a person is deceased, but in the case where there is no body, the requirements are more demanding. They're only legally dead if a court says they are. There has to be a court proceeding for the determination. In some cases, petitioners must present affidavits and good faith evidence that the person in question cannot be located. In other cases, the passage of time is proof enough. So it sounds like it depends, as everything does in law. If they are absent for 7 years, a presumption arises that they are dead. And I still think this is a state-by-state thing, so this would be Pennsylvania. But maybe that's a federal law. Oh, no. She notes that these cases are handled through state courts, so statutes may vary from state to state. In Pennsylvania, the assumption is 7 years. In other states, it's 5. So, answers my own question. Good job, article. Most states also have a disaster clause instituted after the 9/11 attacks that allow for death certificates to be issued soon after a mass calamity, rather than forcing loved ones to wait for years. Had been missing for more than the required 7 years. When his wife disappeared, he initially investigated a possible murder suspect, cleared Mary without finalizing his divorce from her. It also triggered a payout of her life insurance policy. Her death would be reported to Social Security. Any government benefits she may have been receiving would have been stopped, and her Social Security number would have been voided for any use to claim government services. So this gives you an idea of how many things get affected by you being declared legally dead. While getting a death certificate for a missing person can be time-consuming, reversing it takes considerably less effort, namely a trip to the courthouse by her. A court would just rescind it, says Professor Lee Ford Tritt, director of estate planning at University of Florida, who said it would do so quickly once Heiss had made an appearance in front of a judge. That's not going to be a problem. In many ways, the legal paperwork is the easy part. Rescinding the death certificate won't do all the actions that followed the declaration of death in absentia. The good news is that Pennsylvania law covers a lot of these bases in the event that a person declared dead shows up alive. Property to be distributed to her heirs, but in the case of court-issued death certificate, the person entitled, the spouse or kid, has to post a refunding bond before the property is distributed. If the person comes back, like this poor lady did, and someone else has her property, they have to give it back, and if they can't, then this bonding company has to make it right. But that only applies to the estate. Possessions in real estate owned before the death. It doesn't cover life insurance payouts, and now that she is not, in fact, dead, the life insurance company will want their money back. What will probably happen is the company is going to sue her, but she's homeless and doesn't have any money. Okay, they have to sue her, though. They can't sue the people that got the payout. Oh, no, never mind. That's what I this was what I thought initially before that line, when they said that line, because I'm like, that's unjust enrichment, isn't it? Then he says the husband could be liable for unjust enrichment and forced to pay the money back. Then there's the remarriage. Most states have statutes on the book that consider the marriage ended once the person is declared dead, whether or not that person turns up alive. The reappearance cannot disrupt any new marriages that might have taken place. That makes sense. As long as you do not have the intention of defrauding anyone, as long as you don't profit from it, you can just walk away and that's it. So, that's the answer. In the United States, it's not an issue. The court just rescinds it generally. The general law varies from state to state, but in most cases, you do not have a Romania situation because Romania is stupid for having that law. It is fucking stupid to have an appeal deadline on your death certificate. Anyways, I hope you all found that as interesting and illuminating as I did. Yeah, the good old it depends. Yeah, Trep, that was the Constantine case. Constantine. Well, let's not put all of Europe in this. This is just Romania. I have no idea what the other countries' laws are like. But yes, that one's fucking stupid. Yesin. Yesin. There's no way that's true, right, Mr. Edgeworth? I also do not believe you killed her. You are such a naive man, Miles Edgeworth. Here I come to save the day! It's Mighty Mouse. That voice. So don't be afraid, the best prosecutor is here today! Pardon the interruption. Mr. Edgeworth, get away from the victim. I have inherited her dying wish. No one asked for you. Did you know the victim? Just as I thought. The goddess of law will surely reveal the truth to us, so please rest in peace. That's right, Justine. Now that I'm here, everything will be A-okay. You know, he's not wrong. Every time he does appear somewhere where we are, it does turn out to be A-okay, just not because of him. The culprit will rue the day he crossed paths with me. All of you who hate Francisca for her whipping, bend the knee and apologize right now for being wrong. Because that literally makes up for every single lash given before this point. Apologize to that wonderful woman. Miles Edgeworth, who is this fool of a man? Why is she glaring at me? You are Francisca von Karma, am I correct? I apologize for my late introduction. I am Justine Courtney. Oh, God. And the deceased individual is... Attorney Jill Crane, one of the members of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee. Sister of Dr. Fraser Crane. I cannot see the last name Crane and not think of Fraser. I'd say we're even now, with her hitting the best and then making Phoenix faint. For me, that's even. We're even, Steven. I don't care about any committing of assault. In this situation, you smacked if you smack Judge Courtney with that whip at some point when she says something fucking stupid, then I will judge her poorly for the rest of the series. Best character. Best character. I don't even care. I don't even care. Because it's a video game. And in video games, it's funny. Even though, again, it's stupid. But it's still kind of funny. I know. Some people just can't forgive, right? What did Jesus teach us? Forgiveness. I see. So that's why she had the key card. I take it you're in charge of this case? That's... Ah! That reminds me, I haven't caught your name yet. If you just wanted to know my name, you didn't have to... Wah! Again! All your prior crimes will be forgiven. Just state your name. I will not tolerate any unnecessary remarks. Oh, Sebastian the Best. It seems the pecking order has been decided. Mr. Sebastian the Best? Here, this is from Granny. This is the autopsy report. Wahahaha! Who are you, Wario? It seems you have been bested, Mr. Edgeworth. That sounds terrible. It seems you have been bested, Mr. Edgeworth. This wasn't a competition to begin with. My job is done. May we meet again in front of another corpse. That's morbid. Okay, let's go home quickly and eat some noodles. I'll be leaving too. Take care, everyone. Man, no wonder she has to hold her. It looks like she's hunched so far over she's gonna fall. If left to her own devices. The victim's head wound was post-mortem. Sebastian? And the candelabra dealt the fatal blow. Estimated time of death is late last night. What is it, Justine? While I do appreciate your enthusiasm, perhaps you should give your tongue a rest. What are the chances she said that to him last night, too? It all makes sense to... It all makes sense. Oh, God. Hey, that's her legal issue, not mine. By all means, I agree it's disgusting of her. She should be jailed immediately. Also, so she couldn't wait one more year. That's why she still has him around. And again, I would just like to point out how very ridiculous it is that the whole you have to be a prodigy to be an attorney so young thing is a thing in this world, but the best was able to do it. And there is nothing, no evidence to suggest that he is any type of prodigy, anything beyond being an incompetent boob at this point. In practice, it's basically 18. But yeah, I mean, FBI, or what's the Japanese equivalent of the FBI? Arrest her. Arrest her. Please. I'll give you her whereabouts. Just go get rid of her. Oh, Sebastian's definitely a simp, and she's taking advantage of it. Well, no, he can't be a simp because he's actually, in that case, he's actually getting something in return. Doesn't part of being a simp mean that you can't ever, like, achieve your goals? That's what I always thought, at least, unless we've morphed the definition of simp to just somebody who crushes over someone. The Public Security Intelligence Agency. That is a very bland name. PSIA. That is I will say that's an objectively worse acronym than FBI. Just because it's 3 letters versus 4 that don't necessarily roll off the tongue. It's not all me, that's her. That's what she's doing. She's telling him to give his tongue a rest. I said no such thing. No, isn't it set in Japanifornia, which... Well, no, wait, didn't we establish that it's not America? Oh no, because Francisca... Oh, what was the thing with Francisca? Where she was in America, but then they changed the localization because we were in America? Or some shit? Oh, that's gonna make my head hurt. That is also true. For her, it's like, if the goddess of law disapproves, she'll strike me down. She went to the US in the Japanese game and to Germany in the English game. Okay. Which, I agree, that fits her aesthetic way better. You might pull a muscle. That would be painful indeed. Pull a tongue muscle? Anyways, it's quite clear now. Kay Faraday must be arrested. What? That's a big idea, pal. It's just as he says, detective. The culprit is Miss Kay Faraday, the young lady in bandages over there, although she's not wearing her usual attire. Are you not Miss Kay Faraday? And what would you do if she is Kay? If you're going to arrest her, then I will resist by any means necessary. That, I guarantee you. That's like the first openly, like, contemptible thing in the eyes of a court, at least, that Edgeworth has done. Where he basically said, I will kick your ass if you attempt to arrest her. Wow. Big balls Edgeworth. That's very bold. Very bold. Yeah, it does suggest something about Edgeworth and Gumshoe. Oh, because I'm not an idiot. Well, it's debatable. Enjoy playing more as Edgeworth. He's a better character. Unless you give me an opportunity to play as Hobo Phoenix, then hell yeah. I am now convinced. The doubts surrounding your suitability as a prosecutor were indeed warranted. It's fine, Mr. Edgeworth. You can go. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. What are you saying, Kay? You can't just go along with them, pal. But I don't remember anything.
What if I really did kill that woman and then forgot about it? If that's true... Acknowledgement is the goddess's mercy. Atonement is her will. The goddess of law will surely praise you for your prudence.
If anybody has any questions in regards to her amnesia, yes, that actually could make her incompetent to take to be I lost my here's again. She might be declared incompetent to stand trial because of that. Sebastian and Judge Courtney. If you believe she is the culprit, on what basis do you make your accusations? Unless I'm completely convinced by your explanation, I will not obey your orders. Fine, have it your way. Now sit tight and listen to the perfect reasoning of the best. Yeah? No, it's not supposed to imply that it's not supposed to self-incriminate. Well, just because she's not competent to stand trial doesn't mean they just let her go free either. Because, I mean, the thing is that you can become competent, like, later. Yeah, she wouldn't fall under the first requirement, where it's that they do not understand the nature and object of the proceedings against them or the nature of the crime. She obviously knows that, but it could fall under the second. It could fall under the second one. Not for sure, because it's still really difficult to prove, but it could. The defendant is unable to assist in his or her defense in a rational manner. The defendant is unable to do things like discuss with his or her attorney the facts of the case, rationally make decisions regarding things like plea offers or whether or not to testify on their own behalf at trial. Now, if you don't have your memory of it, wouldn't that, in theory, affect your ability to do those things? Maybe not. Maybe there's precedent for this. I have no idea. I just know what the two possibilities are. I'm not sure if there's something specific for a defendant who has been found incompetent to stand trial will be administered treatment for up to 15 months in order to attempt to make them competent to stand trial. After a defendant is restored to competency, they will return to the court system to enter a plea, have a trial, or in some manner adjudicate their case. So yeah, it's not that you just go free. They'll try to make you competent over a period of time, before something else happens. Oh yeah, they can't just like... Well, I mean, first of all, in theory, she has no arrest power to do it herself anyways, but this universe deals with that differently. Apparently, prosecutors can arrest people. Or judges that aren't acting as judges. Yeah, but just not recollecting just the event versus I don't remember anything about my life, those are two very different things. There's a lot more information you're missing from that. Somebody doesn't recollect the night of the crash. Well, do they still remember their record beforehand? Have they been irresponsible in the past? You know, are these things that could have led them to the conclusion that they might have been the person that did that and that the charges against them are well-founded? As opposed to somebody who remembers nothing of their past and cannot make that evaluation at all. So we're talking about two very different circumstances. I honestly don't know. I don't know if then they hold you, because I've never paid attention to a case like oh, they're found incompetent, so they're, you know, keeping them in. Oh, were they still found incompetent? It doesn't say here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it more. What happens if you get past that point? What happens? Are you just like released, or are you like then treated as someone who is not responsible for reason of insanity, which is a different label and it's treated differently? Yeah, I'd have to look into that more. It's very interesting. The record wouldn't care if they were determined to fall under one of those two circumstances. Just because they have a record doesn't actually defeat either of those, the two different possibilities that I listed. But again, with the second one, it's simply something that's arguable. I'm just saying that your evaluation doesn't really hold in this case. It would have to be done differently because the circumstances are much more dire than just they forgot the one incident in regards to a person being able to defend themselves. It doesn't mean that they would grant incompetency, but I think most people would agree it's different from just they forgot one thing versus they forgot everything when we're looking at that legal standard for determining whether competency or not. Right, I just don't know what the procedure is after that then. Is there like an automatic mechanism that triggers? I would assume so, but I don't know what it is. But yeah, simple existence of a record wouldn't defeat the defendant does not understand the nature and object of the proceedings against him in order to meet the standard, or the defendant is unable to assist in his or her defense in a rational manner in order to meet this standard. The defendant is unable to do things like discuss with his attorney the facts of the case, rationally make decisions regarding things like plea offers or whether or not to testify on behalf of their own trial. Now, in a case like Kay's, I think you could argue that she could rationally discuss with his or her attorney the facts of the case and then maybe be able to rationally make decisions regarding things like plea offers. Maybe. I think that's definitely arguable. But the problem whether or not to testify, how can you agree to testify or know whether you should testify if you don't remember anything? Or have any recollection of your own record, which could be used to impeach. Like, to me, that seems like the biggest obstacle. And apparently, it says or. So it seems like these are factors, not elements. Meaning that you don't have to find all three of these to be true. Just one of them. For a possible declaration of incompetency. But yeah, again, it's not a clear-cut case. It's arguable. Well, a doctor is one factor. Yes, the judges will generally wait. They'll try to get expert testimony on it for sure. They'll likely get expert testimony from several sources too, not just one. Right, so then the issue is, what if they simply can't? Because of reasons of amnesia. Like, it's a really difficult situation. You just flip a coin. The goddess of law coin. All right, sorry. We've had some interesting legal implications here tonight. I am the best. I'm gonna finish that sentence. Yes, that's why I was the first to realize that Kay Faraday is the culprit. She broke into the meeting room in order to steal something. In other words, she's the only one who could have killed Miss Crane. His logic's as awful as ever, sir. Harsh words coming from you, detective. I asked for some basis to your claims, yet your reasoning has told me absolutely nothing. However, we have no evidence to prove she didn't do it either. Okay, but the burden of proof is on them, not us. Like, you could point to some evidence to say there's a correlation here, but he hasn't actually provided any evidence beyond his own speculation. Don't worry, Kay. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth will pull off a miracle. You think my deductions are some kind of miracle work? You'd better not disappoint me, understand, Miles Edgeworth? Because if you do, this whip of mine won't stay silent. She's not gonna hit him, though. Yeah, it's shit law. I mean, the game does a really good job of showing why it's absolutely stupid. I want to see him shit on DeBest for this. Already? I've noticed 2 contradictions in your testimony. Yes. My reasoning is flawless. Doesn't contain even a single contradiction. The number of contradictions has just increased to 3. Oh, I get it. This is all part of your plan to mislead me, isn't it? Well, too bad, because the best will not be led astray. If If you believe Kay is the culprit, then I would like to hear the basis for your reasoning.
Wahahaha! Just sit back and be in awe of my brilliant deductions. Nothing escapes the watchful eye of the best. Before I had even laid eyes on the crime scene. No, before I was even aware of this case. Yes, I knew that she was the culprit before I was even aware that this case was a thing. Yo! Basis of your reasoning. Yes, ma'am.
Oh. I forgot he slaps himself.
Well...
I love how Justine is just sitting there. She hasn't said word one to Francisca regarding the whipping. Yes, yes you can. To steal something? Steal what exactly?
That's, what Kay Faraday tried to steal was a file. Its contents, to be exact. An investigation report regarding Prosecutor Edgeworth. Do you have any evidence to prove she needed something like that? I am not the one who needs to present evidence. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
No, actually, that's very wrong. If you're making the accusation, you have to present the evidence, not the other way around. Yes, I suppose that may be true.
What?
At any rate, Sebastian, please continue your reasoning. Like, we see, like, why this is incredibly stupid, right? Because anybody could just be like, yeah, it was you. We're gonna arrest you unless you can prove to me immediately that it wasn't you. That's stupid. Yeah, I know, Trep. I just said that before. I believe my exact words were, or something to that effect, where the game does a good job of showing why it is stupid. I said that. So you're simply reiterating my own point. Yeah, why don't we just accuse him of murder? Do you have any evidence to prove that no one else but Kay could have committed the crime?
Nope.
Sebastian, let me tell you what would be the best thing for you to do. Look into any other possible suspects besides Kay, right now, post haste.
The best thing for me to do? Look into any other possible suspects. According to the preliminary reports, there were no traces of anyone else besides her.
Even so, isn't it too premature to declare that she is the culprit?
Declaring that she isn't so early into the investigation is a little premature as well, is it not?
Oh my god, you are an idiot. If only I had evidence that could prove Kay's innocence. Good grief, there is a limit to how much you can falsely accuse someone.
It's fine, Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have to.
I hope the end of the whole series is that they completely change the legal system to not be stupid. Like, I really hope that's like the end goal of everything. Phoenix becomes the head of, or Edgeworth becomes the head of whomever makes that decision. Fear not, Kay. The truth will be revealed soon enough. No, wait. Didn't we establish that you don't actually need to find someone else guilty before being declared innocent? Because wasn't the big example for that Maggie in 2-1, in that the judge was ready to declare her innocent even without another suspect? Or am I not remembering what we talked about correctly? Yeah, that's fine. Right. In actual practice for us, it never works that way, right? But in terms of, like, we know that's not actually the legal standard. Fear not, Kay. The truth will be revealed soon enough.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Kay couldn't have murdered Miss Crane. If I can just prove that, she will be cleared of suspicion. Those big bananas. That is true, JB. The crowning evidence against should be in this statement right here. We should be able to say, objection, and the music stops. And he goes, it's obvious nothing you say can be taken as truth based on that statement. Okay, so can we show that she wasn't the only one? Okay, I didn't think so, but I thought I'd try it right away. Because Kay says that she saw somebody, which seems weak to use as a counter, but I was like, maybe the game wants you to be really weak here. Because it has done that in the past. The series, at least. Oh. Okay. Okay, so the problem with presenting this is showing that there is a connection, right? But it does absolutely contradict his statement, because she was obviously there for a very different reason. Thinking maybe because she didn't have a key card, she couldn't possibly have entered. He's such an idiot. You know, I fucking hate her guts, but she's right. She is absolutely right about that. Gamma Ninja. Can we talk about what a waste taxpayer money it is, by the way, for their meeting room their whole room to need to be on the top floor? Do you know how much more expensive it is to be on the top floor versus like the 10th floor? That's why it made sense to keep them in the Prosecutor building. I haven't looked at this yet. Prongs of the candelabra are covered in blood. The shape even matches up with the victim's wounds. Is this the murder weapon of this case? It's a rare shape for a pedestal. If the spot where it was put on still has this mark, then it will become apparent whether or not it had been placed there. Okay, I don't think there's anything else. I don't remember where we found the mask. Yeah, the ticket is in regard to the viewpoint, which I didn't think. It doesn't really give her. Yeah. The mask? Nope. Man, I'm having a rough time here. I just wanted to double check. Just I make sure it was like, oh, it was the key card. You just did it on the wrong. You just did it on the wrong statement. Because that happens sometimes. All right, the way what he says at the end leads you to believe that we just have to show that she's not the only one who could have done it. But how do you prove that? By saying that anyone that came up here could have done it? But the key card sort of contradicts that. Late last night at midnight. When was she discovered? Was it this morning? Because then the time could indicate that it couldn't have been her. No, okay. I don't remember if she was found last night or if it was before or after that. Yeah, okay. It's like, well, maybe anybody that, but the key card directly contradicts that. At this point, I'm just trying to go off of every little bit of logic I can think of. I should probably save just in case. Oh, save state it? Yeah, that makes sense. What's this? Would be 4-1. Well, right. So how would she have gotten in with the key card? But that's why I used the key card, but the key card wasn't it, apparently. Which is what stuns me? To be completely honest. Be the only one who could have killed Miss Crane. What have I used? This. This, and this. This. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then on this statement, we've used this. I think did we use the ticket? I think we did. This. And the key card. So I guess why could it be the candelabra? I guess I don't see what the candelabra has to do with his statement specifically. And K. She had the purple flower, which was on the victim, we think. So that's seems like that would be evidence against her. Anything out here that I missed? Maybe there's a detail or something? Excuse me. Yeah, she like wears her badge. The only things I really haven't used are the badge, the corsage, this. And the candelabra. Well, I could present everything. We have so little life left. How do you load, Trep? What was the load button? F1? Use the badge on everything. There's no... I don't know what the quick load is. Oh, how do you load it into the first slot? Is it Shift F1 or something? Hold Shift, okay. So if I do this, haha. Okay. Nope. Oh. Didn't even stop to see if it was. Nope. 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 Wait! Didn't I say that I used the card? I specifically said why the card was the strongest piece of evidence. And I'm like, oh man, let me go back and just make sure I use the card, because it's gonna come back and it's gonna be like, oh, you thought you used the card there, but you really didn't. On 2? You mean 2 and 3? And I thought I presented it on 3 and 4? Oh, did he have another line after that? I used it on that? Well, that was stupid. So I was right. Again. Just specific statements. Even though the card literally applies to all of his fucking logic. It certainly sounds like you are quite familiar with this room.
The best man for the job should know all about the best places.
Unfortunately, it seems that you are not the best man for the job.
Are you mocking me?
That's for you to decide. You didn't even know about this key card, did you?
Of course I know about that. You needed to enter this room.
Oh. Oh. This foolish fool simply doesn't know when to give up.
Huge!
Sebastian, do you really suspect Kay?
That's right. She's the only one who could have done it.
Well then, allow me to ask you. Since this room can only be entered by using a key card, how did she enter the room without one?
Well, she probably used this and that and...
Oh? Did you pull a muscle? Allow me to explain then. The door can only be opened by members of the PIC, which means...
Yes, that's correct.
She conceded so easily?
Take a look at this. It's a record of this room that I investigated just a while ago.
This and that.
At 12:52 a.m., the door was opened using Miss Crane's keycard. It's probable that the killer entered the room together with the victim, Miss Crane. After entering, the situation must have soured, leading to the murder.
Your logic holds, but it is merely conjecture. And it would imply that the killer and the victim were acquainted. Oh wait, pal, Kay doesn't even know the victim.
It's not exactly true. That is merely an assumption on your part, unless you have any evidence to prove your claim. Evidence is everything in court, and at the crime scene. Without it, your argument is invalid.
Okay, so for those that didn't understand, the reason why this is stupid is that it's literally the exact opposite in most countries. Well, I'm actually not. In America, it is exactly the opposite. You can't show me evidence, you're not going to arrest me. Countries that are run by this principle, I feel sorry for you, because that's really bad. This and that, powerful tools indeed. Indeed! Hey, and for listening, welcome back, Student Body. Big 7 months. Confession is king and evidence is queen in Japan. And boy, do they like to draw out those confessions in any way possible. Much appreciated on the re-up. Thanks for being with us for 7 months.
In that case, I trust that you have evidence to prove that Kay Faraday and the victim were connected. Of course, it's literally sitting right there.
What?
This letter.
Oh wait, no, the journal was sitting right there. We had the letter.
Was discovered by Dr. Young in Miss Crane's breast pocket.
The victim's belongings? Why did she withhold such vital evidence until now? Could it be she was waiting for the perfect time to reveal it? Don't we have the same thing? We have a letter that also says it's direct. It's from Jill to Kay. Does it say something different, or does Edgeworth just not remember that we have that?
I'll read it for you. To Miss Crane, thank you
this one's from Kay. I see.
To Miss Crane, thank you so much for helping me with my plan. I'm glad that we can help each other get what we want. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Please get revenge for 12 years ago. Kay.
I'm not sure I would ever write those words down for this exact reason. I don't think you should ever write down about getting revenge. It should never appear anywhere. Written by your hand. Or texted by your hand. Or typed by your hand. Just make sure it doesn't exist anywhere.
In other words, Kay Faraday and Miss Crane were accomplices. They probably planned to steal something from this room.
Preposterous.
Wait, that means the main culprit is... It's still Kay Faraday, of course. It just means her crimes have increased by yet one more. I'm the main culprit?
Don't believe her, Kay. It's all a bunch of nonsense. There's no way Kay would do something like that.
Nonsense? Not at all. The evidence speaks for itself, wouldn't you agree?
Ugh. I knew that they wouldn't suspect Kay unless they had some sort of proof, but to think they would actually have such decisive evidence. It proves that they knew each other. Wouldn't you say that the corsage might be considered more decisive evidence if it was proven that it came from her suit? Because that would imply that Kay had direct contact with her. This only states that they knew each other and they had planned something, but not that they had direct contact this evening. I'm writing to you to take revenge on you. It'll never come back to hurt you, ever. Kay is an amnesiac, so she doesn't have her same pep to her.
Nicely done, Justine. Thank you very much.
Your explanation is still insufficient. I cannot accept such an argument.
Sebastian, would you please leave this to me?
A judge?
Alright, make sure you shut Mr. Edgeworth up once and for all.
I can't allow their allegations to gain any more momentum. I must turn it around here.
The relationship between Kay Faraday and Miss Crane is as documented in the letter. She roped Miss Crane into assisting her with her plan. However, if for some reason the partnership broke down, Miss Crane was murdered. But with her dying breath, she managed to retaliate. Her parting gift is this letter, which she tucked safely away in her left breast pocket.
If take revenge is a valid phrase, does that mean one can give revenge? Well, if you're the one taking the revenge, isn't the person who's dying in the situation the person giving the revenge? I gave them the revenge they so dearly wanted. Her testimony is even better than ever. Maybe the most perfect it's ever been, sir. Are you going to be all right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, of course.
How unsightly. Miles Edgeworth, save your stoic act for some other time.
Miss Von Karma, just whose side are you on?
I'm on nobody's side, Scruffy. When searching for the truth, it's best not to take sides.
Well, watch what you say, Miss Von Karma, or else Mr. DeBest is gonna...
Best you say? Well, I can tell you that the side I'm on is always blah! How irritating.
Well, I suppose that's one thing we can agree on. Wait. She has a pocket, right? Would be stained. She managed to retaliate by putting the letter into her pocket? Okay. I want to make sure it's not this. Of keycard record. Oh, we have this. Let me look at this. That's be written by K. "12 years ago. K would have been 5. Why is some of it red and the rest isn't? Her left side was fucking soaked with blood.
Objection!
The victim held on to the truth until her dying breath. A truly touching story indeed.
The voices of the dead are soft. One must listen carefully to hear their dying wishes.
And here I heard dead man tell no tales.
And Miss Crane has spoken. Kay Faraday is the culprit.
Perhaps the voices you have been hearing are actually the whispers of the devil.
Hey, don't make fun of Justine!
Let's listen to the voice of reason, Judge Courtney. Please take a look at the autopsy report.
There is no need. I remember it perfectly. The victim was stabbed in the left breast. No, it can't be.
The letter was found in the victim's left breast pocket. And that's where the victim was stabbed, with the candelabra, right, sir? Precisely. It wouldn't have been possible to stab her there without piercing the letter as well. Okay, good. I was really... Because, like, the way she made it seem as the whole retaliation was that she, like, had the letter and, like, put it in her pocket. But then if the card was in her right hand, you'd be like, well, if she put that in her left breast pocket, she would have had to have used her left hand. And it would have been really awkward for her to get it in her left breast pocket with her left hand. And I'm like, okay, maybe there's an issue here, and it's not actually that she put it in there after the fact, but she had it there as sort of a symbolic retaliation, as it was always there. But if it was always there, it should be fully covered with blood and have a hole in it. My wife's doing a wait. She should be asleep. Yeah, so I just went off the assumption that either one of those things were true, depending on whether it was... But I was like, I really hope it's not the hand thing, because that would really irritate me. So that begs the question, why was the letter found in the victim's pocket? It's simple. It was placed there after the victim was murdered to throw suspicion onto Kay. Someone intentionally wanted to create this very situation. But if that's the case, it's so obviously stupid. 'Cause I mean, she could still claim, well, with her dying breath, she put it in her pocket. But then it's like, why? So that Kay wouldn't take it? But if Kay stabbed her, Kay would notice that she was trying to put something in her... none of that would make sense. raises the question as opposed to begs the question. That's true. If she stabbed her and it took her a while to die, and she did it like after Kay left because she was already dying, and Kay didn't like make sure that she was finished off. But we also know that she suffered a head injury after she died. So if Kay was the one that killed her, she would have waited until she died to then give her the head injury, or someone else would have had to have done it. The head injury, I think, causes a little bit of a problem with the idea of she could have left early. Yeah, we know the body was moved. Probably. Yeah. Brian put it pretty succinctly. Anytime you're actually looking for further inquiry, as he put it, you don't use beg the question, you use raise the question. In other words, there exists the possibility that the letter was forged by the true culprit.
No!
Wow, you just really fucking suck at your job. How about you just admit it? The real murderer tried to pin the crime on Kay. That is the only explanation for the letter. And doing so, the murderer ended up digging their own grave, right, sir?
The culprit is Kay Faraday. The letter was... yeah, it was actually found in the victim's other pocket.
Huh? What are you saying, pal?
The officer's report was wrong when he said the letter was in her left pocket. It's actually in the...
Youch!
Double whammy there. A foolish fool who continues to make a fool of himself. Is there no cure for your foolishness? Why do you keep whipping me? And quit calling me a fool. Wah! I saved you the trouble of punishing him yourself.
Indeed, though I had no intention of punishing him. The letter is stained with blood, no doubt because it was found in the left breast pocket. There couldn't have been an error in the officer's report unless you were the investigator.
Say something, Justine!
Nothing but dots, huh? I see you have no objections. Then allow me to continue. There is one more potential suspect in this case.
Don't be ridiculous. The killer entered this very room. There wasn't anyone else who did that besides Kay Faraday and the victim.
To enter the meeting room, one needs a key card, and their reasoning assumes that the murderer and the victim entered the room together. This is what we overlooked. If we just discard that assumption, then... This evidence reveals the other suspect besides Kay. Is it the record itself? Yeah, so somebody else entered. It never says anything about them leaving. But then they never left. Take that. This is the keycard record Judge Courtney handed me earlier. The victim's keycard was used at 12:52 a.m. and there was one more person who also used a keycard.
So you're saying this person was waiting to ambush the victim inside the meeting room? The keycard was used at 10:15 p.m. I wouldn't say it's impossible.
No, it's impossible. And what makes you say that, pal? You got any proof?
Of course I do. I myself am that proof. I was the one who used that keycard, after all.
Why wouldn't it have said your name then?
Is there something strange about a PIC member entering the PIC meeting room?
That proves nothing. The fact that you were in here at all makes you a suspect. Or do you perhaps have any evidence that you didn't kill your colleague?
Such nonsense. What would I gain by murdering her?
Oh, but that's not the issue now. We accused you, so you need to give me, you need to prove otherwise. Allow me to reiterate what you said earlier. I'm sure it will all become clear upon further investigation. Why would I, a faithful servant of the law, commit a crime? True enough, I entered this room. However, that alone is not reason enough to suspect me of a crime. Oh, really? You don't say. Whoever could have thought of that as a possibility? Despite it being okay for other people to be enough to be considered a suspect. Yeah. If that's the case, please tell me why you entered this room. I had some business to take care of, and some preparations had to be made to kill for my day tomorrow. Today, yes. Yes. Preparations? That sounds pretty suspicious, pal. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose what these preparations were. However, I'm sure you could hazard a guess, Prosecutor Edgeworth. So she was preparing for my hearing. She must have gathered all the necessary materials to take away my prosecutor's badge. They never presented the corsage. I actually think that might be like their strongest piece of evidence. IMO. But at this point, they don't have the letter, because it's pretty obvious that the letter wasn't actually in the breast pocket. Wonderful, wonderful. It's good to see young people go head to head so ruthlessly. What was that? I don't know how I should be giving them. Who the fuck is this? That takes me back. When I was young, I'd always butt heads with this brash detective. And then one day, he just disappeared. I hope he's still doing well. Who the fuck is... I don't know. Here come the waterworks. Chairman De... It all makes sense now. Of course they hired him. Of course they hired him because he's the chairman's son, and nepotism is, in fact, the disease that has been tearing the profession of law apart for years now. Because people don't get hired based on their abilities. They get hired based on who they know. And in this regard, this is very much can be considered commentary on the American legal system in addition to Japan's. Yes, and people that report corruption get fucked because they were doing the right thing. All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle. Yeah, that's... but yeah. Chairman the best. Didn't she just say the best? Shouldn't he know this? Like... Well... I, as a prosecutor, I think it's more... It's like, I don't know who oversees our, like, the bar's disciplinary committee, but this is specifically for prosecutors, and they used to work in the same office. So you think you just hear something about it in, like, passing at some point, right? Maybe in acting and athletes, but in places in professions with much bigger pools, I would argue that it's significantly less prevalent than in law. It's his last name, isn't it? Sebastian de Best, something de Best. Also, with athletes, that can't go on for very long. Because if your son or daughter sucks, your team is going to suffer for it, and you won't be able to justify it for very long. More so probably than any other profession, because the lack of skill is instantly recognizable. And you risk your job by continuing to do it. In these other situations, you're not risking your job because you're the person that, decides everything. If you're a coach who does it, you don't decide whether you have a job or not, and whether or not you're fired. Someone else does, the athletic director. And they have bosses above them. But yeah, smaller groups like acting, like voice acting and stage acting, that they tend to have their own, not even necessarily a matter of like family members, but the other type of nepotism where it's just like that group can control, and they tend to only use associates of that group, which is utter bullshit, but that's what they do. And it is I think everybody would agree that it's a problem in the voice acting industry to hear the same fucking people over and over and over again. Did she just say the best? Hello, Courtney. You sure are full of energy today. And if it isn't little Von Karma, look how much you've grown since I last saw you.
Sir, it has been quite a while.
A curtsy? You don't have to treat me like some sort of stranger, you know. Remember back in the old days when you'd sit on my lap and call me Unky Boo Boo? Yeah, and how would wasn't Edgeworth, well, it could have been, I guess, before Edgeworth joined the family. But obviously they had a really close relationship, him and Von Karma, so wouldn't Edgeworth have... Oh. Here I go again. Oh, how I cried for back then. Ah, so you're the piece of shit that did nothing while Von Karma went on his rampage of creating forged evidence and putting the wrong people behind bars just to get his guilty verdict. I see. Fuck you. No. It's not that it's uncommon. It's just really funny that he put her out there like that. It's not that it's uncommon here, but in America, having that little detail revealed about you, especially someone who's as prideful as Francisca, it's an elbow drop.
Pops, what are you doing here?
A member of the PIC was killed, and I heard that you were in charge of the case. What is up with the fucking goggles? What kind of prosecutor is followed around by his own father?
An incompetent one, I mean, hold your tongue. Do you have any idea who this man is? Chairman of the PIC, former chief prosecutor. He's the right hand of the goddess of law.
Now, Courtney. I'm just an old chunk of coal. There's no reason to speak so highly of me. Please excuse my subordinate's behavior. I am Prosecutor Edgeworth, isn't it? Along with his trusty sidekick, Dick Gumshoe. I am wait. I always got this mixed up in Harry Potter, because that's the first time I had seen somebody named this. Is it Blaze? Or like Blaz? It is Blaze. I mean, that's the coolest way that this could be pronounced, so that's good. I am Blaze the Best. I'm the proud father of that idiot over there. Nice. And that's even the worst nepotism, when you know your son's an idiot and you still wrongfully give him that job. I think Sebastian can be a cool name, just it's attached to that idiot. When that boy was born, me and the missus were happy as could be, you see. But now, I don't even know where she's gone to. Damn, son. You were such an idiot that you drove your mother away. Pops, you need a handkerchief? Ah, yes. Sebastian is an idiot, but he's such a good boy, you know? Quite the doting father and son. Now then, Courtney, how's the investigation going? Sir? You think that he would have been on Edgeworth's hearing part? Maybe not. We've established that the culprit is Kate Faraday. We are currently focusing our efforts. There are too many uncertainties in this case. It's impossible to determine she's the culprit. Surely you haven't forgotten the matter of the letter. I already told you it was just a simple mistake. The letter was in another Ow! You talk too much. Now, let's all play nice. Everyone just calm down. I'm sorry that you had to witness such an unsightly scene, Mr. Chairman. Don't apologize, Courtney. I can follow everyone's logic, except Sebastian's, that is. Hey, Pops! Chairman the Best, I am a prosecutor. My duty is to bring criminals to justice. However, I won't make someone out to be a criminal without sufficient motive and evidence. I've heard about you and your relationship with the suspect, you know. To share such a strong bond. Oh, gross! He has to wring out his beard? I mean, that's exactly the same as doing YouTube too, Lugia. I think unfortunately, there are many jobs that fall under that sort of, you know, shitty circumstance these days. Instead of just being able to make a living on it, you have to go through all this other shit, which makes sense for YouTubing because people have to determine that you're entertaining, right? Like general audience, because you're working for yourself. It's not like YouTube's like, we have this employee, we know they're good, look at them. But with voice acting, it's like, if you're good, what the fuck do you have to wait for? Why shouldn't you be wanted to, you know, do a bunch of stuff? I could wring my own beard. See, oh, damn it. If I actually cried or sweat that much. This year is just a strong bond. Kay has assisted the police in arresting criminals countless times, pal. There are too many facets of this case that remain unexplored. I see. The bonds of youth are a wonderful thing indeed. But that is that, and this is this, you know? What is that supposed to mean? What the fuck what is he doing? The prosecutor's office needs to resolve this case as quickly as possible. I mean, just think of all the other cases that are piling up. There's no time to waste here. It's unfortunate, but you understand, right, Edgeworth? What? Now then, Kay Faraday, I'd like to arrest you now. Okay. No, I won't let you. Kay's innocent, pal. To defy Chairman DeBest is to defy the law. It would be a grave act of disloyalty. In other words, a hearing wouldn't be needed. That stupid. Are you prepared to lose your oh, she's talking about Edgeworth. Are you prepared to lose your prosecutor's badge? That's Mr. Edgeworth's badge. You can't do that. Using a prosecutor's badge as a shield, what has the PIC come to? Hey, you haven't done anything wrong.
Mr. Edgeworth, it was only for a short time, but thank you for everything. I'm sorry I turned out to be a criminal.
We'll make sure to impart your confession to the goddess of law. You can't confess to something if you don't remember anything! God, Courtney's the fucking worst. Oh, what should I do? When I was young, I wanted to become a defense attorney, like my father. Someone who can fight to save those in need. And right now, this badge is holding me back. A mere badge for the life of a dear friend? I don't even have to consider it. But boobs! Ah! Alright, later, Nick. It is inadmissible evidence and illogical evidence. How can somebody that doesn't remember anything actually confess to something she can't remember?
Alright, farewell, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it right there, Judge Courtney.
What is it now, Prosecutor Edgeworth? This is your prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what is the meaning of this?
Consider this my resignation. I am no longer a prosecutor.
Mr. Edgeworth! What are you doing? Explain yourself, Miles Edgeworth. You can't be serious.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're joking, right? If you aren't a prosecutor, then I might get a raise. My only mission is to bring the truth to light. If that's the prosecutor's path to turn a blind eye to the truth, then that title is worth nothing to me. The brass on Edgeworth. I will walk in the path that I believe in. I will not be stopped here.
You're running away from from me?
No matter what you say, I don't intend to go back on my decision.
So you're leaving me behind again? I'll never forgive you for this.
She's not even a prosecutor right now, is she? She works for Interpol. What's she complaining about? He did say the name of the game. He said it, the name of the game. Interpol doesn't have prosecutors. So, like, what is she complaining about? She stopped being a prosecutor, unless she's simply taken a leave of absence from the prosecutor's office to work somewhere else. She's been away for a long time, though. She's on loan to Interpol, like she's a football player. We have her on loan now. But she can't work at Interpol in the capacity of a prosecutor because she has no authority to do that because she's an investigator. She's not a prosecutor. She can have the title prosecutor somewhere else, but she is not a prosecutor with Interpol because Interpol does not have prosecutors. Oh, she's not considered an okay. I guess I thought she was considered an Interpol agent. I see. Okay, that's my misunderstanding then. I thought that's what was established in the first game was that she was working as an agent for them. But then what prosecutor's office does she work for? can't just be a general prosecutor. All of them? Yeah, see, that's not a thing. Who do you prosecute for? Yes. No, that's not a thing. At least not that I'm aware of. I don't think they do. They don't happen here, I will tell you that. The people that prosecute here are American attorneys. Here, let me yet another very interesting topic. Oh no, fuck me. Hold on. International Criminal Court, ICC. However, it seems like they only deal with extreme cases. Genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. Crime of aggression. What the fuck is that? Person plans, initiates, or executes an act of aggression using state military force that violates the Charter of the United Nations. Okay, yeah. So that actually has, like, military force involved. So this wouldn't involve smuggling rings. The only thing that could maybe fall under the smuggling thing would be a crime against humanity, but I don't think smuggling drugs is considered a crime against humanity, based on what I'm seeing here in this list. So yeah, in theory, she could be a prosecutor for the International Criminal Court, and work in conjunction with Interpol. But that doesn't seem to align with the actual subject matter that she's assisting in, because I don't think the ICC would be a part of that. That would be more of a federal thing, or arise on a federal level as opposed to an international level. That's true. If they're smuggling people, then yeah, that would be a crime against humanity, because that's kidnapping and enslavement and possibly prostituting as well. But yeah, it's yeah. The counterfeit money, smuggling counterfeit money is not a crime against humanity. So, if that's the case, then what is most likely is that she's a federal prosecutor that works in conjunction with Interpol relating to smuggling rings that involve the United States. But it wasn't the United States money that was being printed, right? Wasn't it what the two countries or whatever? Quirkus? Was it Chengfa money? Human trafficking would be very heavy. Make the game darker. I'd be fine with that. Adds more stakes to it to me. But yeah, so she wouldn't be working for the ICC in that situation, because the ICC wouldn't be prosecuting that case. But she could work as a federal prosecutor if the smuggling, but it would be weird for her to be a federal prosecutor for Chengfa. in their counterfeit bill smuggling ring thing. That would be strange. In that case, it's more likely she simply works for Interpol and not in conjunction with. Because in conjunction with would mean it'd be in her capacity as an American prosecutor. Could be an alabast. Yeah, it's Babel. It's dissolve. So, I mean, interesting situation. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. The only thing in which it matters is like this line. Like, what do you you're not just a prosecutor here either. What are you complaining about? You're already doing something different from him.
No, this is all my fault. I'm sorry. If only I weren't here.
Wait, Kay. Oh, that's not a good idea either. Detective Gumshoe, don't follow me. But, Mr. Edgeworth, boss. I'm not your boss anymore. Detective? That's just too much, sir. It's always been you and me. We've always been a team. Well, except for when me and Francisco was a team, but that led to a lot more pain and suffering. And then there was Godot as well, and I mean, that guy, oof, let's not even get started on him. He's a murderer. Detective Gumshoe, you no longer need to follow my lead. You should try to accomplish whatever you can on your end. Ah, this is bad. We just let a dangerous criminal escape. How could I let her get away? And after all my hard work, you see.
Rest assured, Mr. Chairman, this area will be locked down immediately.
What work?
Good. I expect the best from you, Courtney.
Snaps. Lang or Courtney? Courtney, 100%. At least from Lang's perspective, I get, like, his issues that he has and his distrust. And I would say it's probably not super uncommon for a person in his, he's stubborn and annoying, sure, but, like, I understand. Courtney's just kind of bad at her job and doesn't really understand her role as a judge. Or she does understand very well, and that the system's just stupid, but then at the same time, she's also still very bad at her job. Because every time she tries to do this, we prove why she's very bad at her job. Kay! She's not here either. Where in the world could she have gone? Wait, are they in the prosecutor's office now? I thought they said they locked the building down. Then how could she have gotten... Am I missing something? I thought they said they moved buildings. Knock, knock, I'm here. Mr. Shields. What's going on, Miles? Why the long face? Right, that whole thing happened at the Grand Tower, but didn't she say she was gonna lock the building down? Did that just, like, not work? Because we ran to the prosecutor's office. He jumped out of the window. Maybe that was a translation error, I'm not sure. It just seems confusing. Right, they're looking for Kay. It was locked down. I'm assuming she said that, so in theory, Kay couldn't get out of the building. But Edgeworth obviously got out of the building, looking for Kay, and went to the prosecutor's office. That's weird.
Take it from Uncle Ray, you won't be popular with the ladies looking like that.
Actually, that's untrue. I'm still very popular with the ladies despite looking like this. Why are you here anyways? Did something happen? Okay, but that doesn't make sense because he literally gave up his badge to make sure that he protected Kay. So why would he be like, it's okay, you search the Grand Tower, and but you just promised me if you find her, you don't arrest her, you scoundrels.
That's my line. Have you seen the news about the murder at the PIC headquarters?
Because he just said why he cared. They just made it explicit that he wanted her detained. Oh, you're talking about because if he finds her, he might be able to protect her. Yeah, I'm on live chat. No, yeah, opinions about cases are fine. I generally don't want to know opinions about characters, though. Because they can tend to give away too much information. Oh, I hate her. Oh, I wonder if she's a bad guy. Not always the case, because somebody could say, I hate Courtney. It's because she's fucking annoying, right? Not that she's a villain or anything. She's an antagonist, but not a villain. But yeah, it's a lot more revealing than just talking about cases in general. Yeah, right? An injured amnesiac just ditched all of them. Let non-case through. But if you're Edgeworth, then wouldn't you think that maybe she was still there instead of running to the prosecutor's office? Because there's a lot of surface area to cover in that building.
Your hearing, wasn't it there today? I found myself wondering if you guys had somehow got caught up in it.
Wait, it's already made the news?
I hear they're searching for a teenage girl suspected of killing an attorney. I can't imagine it could have been her, but it has been bothering me. Could you give me the full rundown?
The truth is, still the judge, but Courtney's really pushing it. She is almost as bad at her job as the judge is at his. Well, yeah, I mean, we're several cases in. I know why I hate Courtney.
Miles, are you trying to give your Uncle Ray a heart attack?
I'm not joking. She really did lose her memory.
On top of that, she's a suspect. That makes things even more difficult. Where would she have run off to? She lost her memory, right?
I was hoping she would return here, but
not likely. She felt responsible for what happened to you, right? Then there's no way she could come back here.
I know that, but where else can I look?
Calm down, Miles. This isn't like you. It's rare to see you get so heated up. Well, not that it's a bad thing. You're trying this hard to save an innocent suspect from false charges. I'm sure you'd make a great defense attorney.
Actually, just a while ago, I turned in my badge. But that doesn't mean I've decided to become a defense attorney. Besides, Kay isn't just a mere suspect. In any case, I might want to do transactional law. You think about that? Maybe I just want a nice desk job for once. I mean, I've only known her for a short time, but we've been through quite a lot together. And I know she isn't capable of murder.
I'm surprised. I never thought you would go so far to support someone else. I don't know if you even realize it yourself, but it seems a deep bond has already begun to grow between you and Kay. You have created a bond with the magician. You are now at max level. I'd say it even gives my bond with your father a run for its money.
No, it's not that deep. She just keeps barging into my state of affairs. Haha, yeah, that girl can be quite a handful. But I'm certain that something has changed inside you since you met her. I'm really jealous, you know. After all, I lost my old partner. That's why you need to find Kay right now. I don't want you to lose your bond like your Uncle Ray did. Well then, I have a proposal. We have no idea where she is. Searching around blindly won't get us anywhere. Why would I want to be a DJ? That is true. The judge can be funny sometimes. Courtney is never funny. The thing that I've always given Courtney over the judge, always, like we've been with Courtney for years. It's only been like a month and a half. The credit I've always given Courtney, though, is that she has a mind of her own. Like, there will be circumstances where it's obvious that she has her own, like, doubts as to what she's hearing, and she'll explicitly say that. And you might think that she has similar doubts to you, and she came to this conclusion on her own, not by you providing the evidence and then her going, ah, well, you were the last person to speak, so now I agree with you. I mean, that's kind of it. Isn't Sebastian there to be the comic relief because she's not? Oh, I mean, I have a real desk job. I'm not a litigator. Yeah, I thought Tara meant it as a disc jockey. Like, no, I don't really have any interest in that. Maybe that could give us a lead? I see. That might be a good idea. From what she told me, something must have happened to her at the Grand Tower. Great, that's it. Let's get going then. Hey, at the very least, you could stop looking so grim? Could you stop looking so grim? If you stay that way, Kay probably won't want to come back at all. Good grief. Yada 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 yada. I'm no match for this man. Now they're back at the... Why didn't they just have them meet in the lobby? The goggles are cooler if he's not actually wearing them over his eyes. The coolest goggles are the ones that never actually go over your face, but are like here. It seems it's already dark. Still open on the day of a murder, you gotta admire their capitalist spirit. But there's no one here. Looks like we've got the place all to ourselves. I mean, the murder happened at a different spot, not here. I guess I sound like a capitalist now. Yeah, if Robotnik puts his goggles on, they look worse. Goggles always look stupid when worn correctly. Exactly. Oh yeah, they could have done it in the front. I forgot about that. That's a good point. Without having to create a whole new scene. To prove Kay's innocence, I'll need to investigate her lost memories. Hey, let's go, Miles. We can investigate the roof as much as we want, so let's do what we can. Do what we can, huh? I suppose that's all we can do for now. Ah, yeah. It's a cherry tree with branches spread wide. The flowers are nearly in full bloom. Is that a cherry blossom tree? Because that looks like a cherry blossom tree. It would be the time of year that they bloom, too. Did I just never, ever know that cherry blossom trees had actual cherries grow on them? Fair. Japanifornia has its own ecosystem. Oh, okay, so they do. All wild varieties of cherry blossom trees produce small, unpalatable fruit or edible cherries. Edible cherries generally come from cultivars of the related species Prunus avium and Prunus cerasus. So I suppose you could... It is a cherry tree. It's just odd that you would call it a cherry tree instead of a cherry blossom tree. Since if they referred to it in the original as a sakura tree, that literally means cherry blossom, not cherry. Hey, if it means I get cherry blossoms, I'd be fine with it growing in my office. I'm sure they control that somehow. I don't know how, but it's a cherry tree with branches spread wide. The flowers are nearly in full bloom. According to Kay's testimony, before she was pushed, she was standing under the cherry tree. Right. Well, they said the wild varieties, they're inedible, but if you have like controlled varieties, maybe you're able to engineer it so that they're edible. Person in the red raincoat who pushed Kay off the tower. She said they came toward her from the direction of the stand. From that, we can deduce Kay was pushed over the railing on this side. The railing is about as high as my chest. It's unlikely that someone could fall from here accidentally. I don't see any particular problems with this railing. But see, Trep, Edgeworth disagrees with you. A very tall person could try to sit on the rail and fall accidentally, but that would be a very stupid thing to do. It's a statue of a creature with the body of a lion and the beak and wings of a bird. These statues seem to have been guarding the entrance to this peaceful park. Edgeworth is stupid then. It's an immaculate work down to the last detail. But since it looks so fearsome, wouldn't it frighten away the visitors to the park? It's a statue of a pony sparkling in the twilight. Is that a reference I see? The statue has wings. Perhaps it's Pegasus, the flying horse of myth. Oh, they knew exactly what they were doing. That's really good. That's really good. No, there's a horn on its head. Can it be the legendary unicorn? But I thought unicorns didn't have wings. This man has never watched My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. What do they call them again when they have both? Or like, what's Twilight Sparkle called? Because she has wings and the horn? Alicorn. Thank you. Thank you, Evil Joe. But I thought unicorns didn't have wings. What's this? There's a plaque at the bottom. The title of this work is written on the plaque. A magical contradiction. I suppose the only part of this work I was able to understand was the contradiction part. Binocs. You insert a coin, you can use these binoculars to get a nice view of the city. Is there anything more capitalist than that? You can see all of this for free, or you can give me a quarter to see everything a little closer. That's true. Well, is Steel Samurai a cartoon? I thought it was live action. Well, they might have it. They could have like live action and a cartoon, I suppose. I'm sure if Kay were feeling better, she'd be happily glued to them. For her sake, I must thoroughly examine every nook and cranny of this viewing platform. Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Miles Edgeworth, so we meet again.
What are you two doing here?
Well, we came all this way, so I thought we'd buy some cotton candy. And what about you? You want folks to get the wrong idea about you?
Do not worry, I will decide my own actions.
You're just a no-good ex-prosecutor. It's no wonder you got the axe. Wait, what? You got fired?
Why is she so angry? You needn't be concerned with what happens to me.
Are you sure? Oh yeah, what happened to Kay? Huh? Was there some sort of trouble between you two? Anything I can do to help? How about injection?
It's fine. Unless it'll give me, like, third sight or some shit. Are injections her answer to everything? Yes, they are.
Alright, it's getting cold, isn't it? Let's go home. Well then, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, let's meet again soon.
Hey, Scarlet. She does. She certainly does. Batman show of the 70s was the fucking best. I love that shit. Yeah, he didn't get... He's an ex-prosecutor because he resigned, not because he got fired. No, I don't think he did, because I don't think it matters to him whether or not they know the truth. Truly, a man of, like, legitimate competence. It's not arrogance. He just knows as long as he knows why he did it, he doesn't care what other people think. I wish I was like that.
You have cancer? Maybe this tetanus shot will help you there. There's nobody there. Is he like perfectly behind the sign? Hey, you sir. How about some heavenly cotton candy? Heaven's Tier.
Heaven's Tier? They named them after the shape of the clouds you can see from here.
We tear a regular piece of cotton candy in half and then sell it without charging the price. Without changing the price. That's why the name is Heaven's Tier. We tear the... tear. We We tear the cost in half while crying tears of joy. No, it's okay. If the customers knew that, they would be crying tears of sorrow. Well, he's telling you. Sounds like he tells everyone. Wait, can I not actually look? This TV seems to be used for showing advertisements for the companies at the Grand Tower. Right now it's just showing regular television programs, though. Wait, what am I watching this for? Steel Samurai doesn't air today? Ah! She was in the tree? Ow! Okay. Don't mind me. I was just admiring the view beneath the tree. Did you just fall out of that tree? I didn't mean to fall. My foot slipped. You're a suspect, and yet you remained at the crime scene. That's not a smart thing to do. Even if you have memory loss, shouldn't you have realized this much? This whole time while you were playing the silly game of hide and seek, I've been worried sick about you. Are you angry with me? Oh my god. Because teenagers turn into children when they whine. Of course I am. Answer me. What were you doing here? Uh-oh. It's testimony time. Did you think I'd let you off the hook that easily just because you have memory loss? I mean, who would have thought? That's not it. I came here because I thought I could get your badge back. What? If I don't regain my memories, you'll never get it back. I thought if I went back to where I lost my memories, then maybe I would remember. Oh my god. No, I mean like literally voice-wise. If I whine, you can tell that I'm whining, but I'm not gonna sound like this. Teenagers still kind of do, because their voice isn't fully matured yet. Also, this is fucking precious. Holy shit. She would probably have died. If I could just remember killing her. Oh, look at that face. Look at that happy face. You're still the same as you were before. You lost your memories. Your thoughts and actions have always exceeded my expectations. Without a doubt, you are the Kay Faraday I know so well. However, I cannot approve of your recklessness. I understand. Cut! You get 0 style points, Miles. Or more like negative points. Here's how it's done. Okay, how about the hug? Okay. That's not okay. That is not okay. As soon as she says okay, he should be like, wait, no, this is right. When she has memory loss and he's taking advantage of that? No, we haven't agreed that that's okay. Like, you shouldn't be coming close to touching her, offering to touch her unless she comes to you in this incredibly vulnerable state of mind. Does he have flight logs to Epstein Island? Oh. But she doesn't remember. I mean, she doesn't remember her state of mind normally when she says no. She's confused and he's taking advantage of that. That's not okay. Oh, well then. Mr. Shields,
It was just a joke, honest. Yeah, I'm sure. We interrupt this program with breaking news about the Grand Tower murder case. The police believe the culprit is a teenage girl who was present at the crime scene. She remains at large as the police continue to search for her whereabouts. Oh dear, this is getting pretty serious. Well, gang, what's the plan? We don't have much time. Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us here. So then, why don't you tag along with us for a while, okay?
But I'll just cause more trouble for you again.
It pains me to say this, but I've got nothing left to lose at this point.
Mr. Edgeworth!
That settles it. We're all in this together now. Miles, you're in charge of proving Kay's innocence. Failure is not an option. Yes, I understand. Kay, I want you to help Miles with his investigation as much as you can.
Yes, I'll do my best.
Let's be quick about it before the cops find us here. Unlike some people, Uncle Ray still has a lot to lose. And what are you going to do while I do all of this? Sheesh, if I lose the law office, I'll never be able to face Gregory. I think it'd be fine, considering you were doing it to defend an innocent person. This man, I'm glad he's on our side. He said, you do this. And okay, and what are you gonna do? Well, I'm just gonna walk over here. That's the thing, though. That wasn't an innocent hug. And that's why Edgeworth called him out, and why Ray knew he had to say he was joking. I'm fine with innocent hugs, but we know Ray's not trying to... It's not an innocent hug. But yes, innocent hugs are absolutely fine and greatly encouraged. Like if Pearl ran up to Nick, Phoenix was like, Uncle Nick, and hugged him. Yeah, that'd be adorable. That'd be adorable. That'd be precious.
Yes, can I help with something? I came back here because I thought I might remember something.
Could you again go over what you told me before?
Well, it was raining, so I stood under the cherry tree to take shelter. And then a person in a red raincoat appeared. That person pushed me and I fell.
Can you tell me anything about the person in the raincoat?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that much. No, wait. As the person approached me, I saw the moon just over their shoulder.
The moon?
Yes, that's right. It's just a faint memory, but I think the moon was in the exact same spot as it is now. It was floating just above the cherry tree.
She could see the moon behind the figure in the raincoat? I mean, she had to have been on the other side. This is a new piece of testimony. I'll be sure to keep it in mind. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Paolo was not okay with discussing that, if I remember correctly. Hugs are a common greeting, and yet they make it a point to make Ray seem extra creepy about it. So I think that's the intent. But yeah, I know that you're just talking about seeing more innocent hugs in general. Oh, I wonder why that's why his character does that, so it actually makes him seem even creepier. If it's less of a thing than it is here. I'd say hugs are fairly common here. I mean, we've talked about the hug meta in the United States before, right? What's the hug meta in your area? Is it handshake hug? Is it two-armed hug? Is it one-armed hug? Is it hug tap back? No taps? How long are we talking here? What's the average hug length? See, we have a hug meta, and it changes, but there's always a meta. The meta is never no hugs. Yeah, I don't see that happening, Lugia. I guess it depends on who it is. The frat hug, the spoon, the no arm hug. Only bears hug you. Excellent. See, kissing is not a common greeting here. That's done in like, and I don't even know how common it is, but in like elite circles that happens on the coast. But I don't even know if maybe that's just, I don't even know if they do it anymore or if it's just still like a parody thing that people like us think that they do it, but they don't even really do it anymore. That was always the thing. Mwah, fake kiss, mwah, fake kiss. Other than that, people don't kiss as a greeting here like at all. Outside of like family. Family makes sense, but you won't see friends do it very often. That's, yeah, dog. There you go. I mean, it would be best if nobody felt weird about it, but I mean, the problem is that some people do feel weird about it, and you have to respect that. Not everybody is, you know, fine with that sort of personal interaction. Well, I understand why you're paranoid, but just keep in mind context. If it's a fan of yours who's like still a teenager, yeah, I could see why you would want to avoid that. But if it's a, you know, somebody who's 10 years your senior, there's probably less to worry about in that circumstance.
Mr. Edgeworth, for a while now, I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something.
What? Is that true? Well then, please speak freely. Say whatever comes to your mind and from your heart.
Okay. I remember a faint scent. It was a wonderful smell coming from the counter of a food stall. I followed the fragrance only to find a perfectly sculpted burger resting on 2 golden buns. The tender and juicy patty made my taste buds sing with joy. Yes, I can remember what I thought at that moment. I wanted seconds.
I don't think this memory has anything to do with the case. You called yourself the great thief Yatagarasu. You prided yourself on being a noble thief who steals the truth. Do you remember anything about that?
Well, Aha! Maybe I was called a noble thief because I won the Nobel Prize.
The Nobel Prize? That's Nobel, not noble. They don't give prizes for thievery. Okay, let's see what we got for logic. Didn't we have something else too? Railing, where was keys? Okay, standing, okay. What? How can you not? The moon is that way. Oh my god. I guess I have to put one of these together first. Nope.
If I recall Kay's testimony, not Ray's. A person in a raincoat approached her from behind the candy stand. Then this person supposedly pushed Kay over the railing, opposing the stand. Moreover, Kay said she saw the moon over the person's shoulder. However, earlier I confirmed that the moon is floating in the opposite direction. And on the night Kay lost her memories, it seems the moon was in the exact same spot. Therefore, the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat don't match up. Her memories have probably become confused. After all, had she actually been pushed over the railing, she couldn't have survived the fall. Perhaps I should question Kay's memory of where she fell.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that being your family's preferred way of, you know, as long as you show affection. Because the problem is when people are withholding and they don't show any affection. Then that's an issue. Then that means something's going on. Damn it, I got it wrong. Alright, let's question her first before I go with that logic. What? He said talk to her, and yet there are no other...
Kay was not pushed over the railing on this side. After all, if you fell from here, you wouldn't even be alive in the first place. But I'm certain I was standing under the cherry tree. If I fell, then the only place I could have fallen was over the railing. But maybe the ground just opened up from under you and swallowed you up? The ground here can open up? How?
No, it's just a joke, okay? Please don't take it so seriously.
No, strange as it may sound, that may actually be the truth. Even if it's only a small chance, it matters not. Let's try searching the area around the tree. Kay could not have fallen over the railing. There must be something around here that proves it. It won't rest. Looking Granny.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't have to ask. I already know.
Looks like a maintenance hatch. Okay, maybe you fell down here? Nah, just kidding. There's no way something like that could happen. I'm sorry, I just can't remember if... No, that was just a joke. No need to take it seriously. Right. So when should I take you seriously then?
Yeah, maybe, Ray, it's time for you to just shut the fuck up, because you're confusing her.
When indeed? Well, if you jumped into Uncle Ray's arms. Mr. Shields! Come on, Miles. It was just a joke. Joke, dude. A joke, you know? Oh, I get it. No one ever takes you seriously. Ouch. That stung a bit.
Yeah, you asked for it.
Flower petals are scattered all over the ground. The blossoms are not yet in full bloom, so the strong winds up here must be the culprit. Personally, I'd appreciate if they spent a little more effort cleaning these petals up.
Really? That's all you had to say? Oh, that's not what I meant to do. just needed to find the hatch. Oh, I don't have my badge anymore. Sad. There's something else we need to find first. We have to present something to Kay. Assuming we have to present something to her in order to get the last piece of logic.
Person in the red raincoat really was here.
Are you sure that they were walking towards you from behind the stand?
That's right. They walked straight up to me. There must be some evidence. Maybe that person left footprints behind.
There is no ground beneath the stand. No one could have walked there.
Was that person a ghost?
There are no such things as ghosts.
Oh, is this one of those so-called contradictions?
Okay. Okay. What am I missing? No, didn't want that. Ready? We know the hatch. We know the hatch. We're seeing live footage from the 50th floor. The investigation will continue through the night. The 50th floor? Isn't that the meeting room of the PIC headquarters? That's right. We can see the shadows of the investigators behind those blinds. Uh-oh, looks like making a clean getaway just got that much harder. It seems we have no choice but to cleverly evade the eyes of the media. Maybe Uncle Ray should have become a spy instead of an attorney. If worst comes to worst, I may have to use Mr. Shields as a decoy. Miles, just now you were thinking of something terrible, weren't you? Oh, I guess we're gonna investigate the fucking picture on the TV. The tree is here. It appears to be a live news broadcast. In other words, what we see on the screen is how the Grand Tower looks at this very moment.
Does that mean we can be seen on TV too?
No, the camera is too far away and it's too dark to see us clearly. There's no need to worry. It certainly would be bad if Kay were to be seen on TV right now. What do they want me to look at? Maybe I just have to deduce? But deduce what? I mean, the contradiction is that she fell from here. Then she died, but they keep kind of like going, well, no, maybe it did happen. Okay. It would have taken me a while to figure that out, to be completely honest. There is a huge contradiction in this image. I should present that piece of evidence to who? Yourself? What exactly? This? Do you know how many floors this building has? Of course, 50 floors, right? Just above the place where the PIC conducts their practically illegal cover-ups. Never offer the fish. The fish is the handshake where people are just like, eh. You offer no resistance. It just ends up being really weird. Never, ever offer the fish. Can all of you make that promise to me that you'll never offer the fish? I don't think I'll be able to sleep at night knowing that some of you might offer the fish to somebody. Can we come to that understanding at least? Oh, Crimson Fox. Couples are wishing for love. Kinda ironic, don't you think? You're only hurting yourself if you misunderstand my meaning.
So what's this dark area above the 50th floor? Maybe it's the Tunnel of Love. Those are always dark, eh? The viewing platform we're on now should be directly above the PIC meeting room. However, the late-night investigation is taking place 2 floors below us. This is a clear contradiction. There's a mistake in the pamphlet? No, rather. It's more natural to assume this building has a hidden 51st floor.
How can it be hidden if everyone can see it? That is, I mean, you can do that too. I won't stop you.
I see, so that's where the Tunnel of Love is.
Oh, she's so pure and gullible. It's breaking Uncle Ray's heart.
Then why don't you take this opportunity to be more serious for once? You just don't get it, Miles. I joke around to make things easier for you. On the contrary, his painful jokes only make things harder for me.
Sure, but to call it hidden just is false. Isn't it? It's there. Anybody can see it if they actually, you know, tried.
An extra floor between the 50th floor and the viewing platform. Why didn't anyone notice it? Normally you'd notice it. I mean, how can you hide an entire floor? That is where the problem lies. No one noticed something that should have been easily noticeable. In other words, it must be impossible to access the 51st floor through normal means. I see, so there's a secret portal or something. Okay, now's not the time to be thinking with portals. I'd like you to recall the hatch at the base of the cherry tree. Isn't it normal to assume there's a room on the other side of the maintenance hatch? Uncle Ray likes where you're going with this. Let's hurry and check it out!
Without having to crane their necks really far.
There we go. Now let's see. This is... Looks like there's a lot of stuff down there. Is that what they call a storeroom? There is no doubt about it. This is where Kay fell down. Of course, and with this the mystery is solved. No, not yet. We still have the mystery of the person in the red hood who was walking in midair. Now, let's not get greedy, shall we? We've found the storeroom, so let's wrap things up here. I suppose you have a point. It does seem to warrant an investigation.
Well, if it isn't Miles Edgeworth. Emma, what are you doing here? How the fuck did you... I heard about the case from Detective Gumshoe. Of course, the lockdown they spoke of really isn't very strong. Yep. I've been in several apartment complexes that skip the 13th floor. Like if you look on the, if you go in the elevator, it'll go from 12 to 14. And I thought that was the weirdest fucking thing. I mean, I get the superstition behind it. I thought it was weird to apply that to a building though. My friend was like, yeah, you didn't know that? I'm like, what do you mean, Daddy? Why would you think that's what would happen? It's a fucking building. I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. Yeah, because isn't 4 an unlucky number? I've heard that too, that sometimes they have a 13th floor, but it won't. You can't go there because it's like an inaccessible floor for staff or whatever. Maintenance. It was marked 12 and then 12 plus 1? As in what? Like the gods of misfortune? Or whatever you want to call it, would see that and go, oh no, that's not 13. That's 12 plus 1. You're kidding, because that's fucking hysterical. Well, we need a 13th floor. Well, what do we do to suppress our superstitions? Well, perhaps those who would cast misfortune on us don't know simple addition. Isn't it also because there were 13 apostles? Yeah, right. Judas specifically is considered the 13th, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I had no idea who the last name was Iscariot. Give something in Rebuild of Evangelion more meaning now. And Helsing, which is really weird. Because why would the Catholic Church have anything in its organization that it would label Iscariot? The Iscariots. Oh, still badass anime. That's just kind of weird. I heard about the case from Detective Gumshoe. These gummy bears taste like they have weed in them. But they're not weed gummy bears. They're very basic gummy bear snacks. Plant mixed with dirt. It doesn't taste good, I'll tell you that. They do things off the books, but why would you name them after the traitor to your entire religion? Because they're still useful. Oh yeah, the building's terrible. The lockdown's awful. Weed is one of those things where if you ever smell it, the smell is exactly what it tastes like. Not everything's like that. Like coffee smells great, tastes awful. But weed, when you inhale the smell of weed, like if there's just somebody smoking weed in the car next to you and you smell it, because that's can be a pretty pungent smell, you know? Or if you smell it on somebody's person because they had been smoking it before and it kind of carries with them. Very similar to cigarette smoke. When you smell that, just assume that it tastes just like the way it smells. Good night, Tara. Yeah, it's true that if not but for Judas, that doesn't happen, but we're not sure what would happen without him for him to be considered necessary. But that is interesting, yes. Gummy bears. This one did not taste like weed. Haribo Gold Bears. This one tasted like normal gummy bears. Just need a little glucose. What smells bad but tastes great? There's gotta be something. There's gotta be something. Or it's like you don't want to smell it, but by god damn does it taste amazing. Ventus posted in a one of the community posts saying she lost her Wi-Fi, so she wasn't going to be able to be around for a while. I think cheese smells good. It depends on the cheese, but I think most cheese smells good. Perhaps. Fish is a good. I think that's a good. Scarlet. I think fish. Seriously though, I think fish is a good example. I rarely smell fish and I'm like, oh, that smells great. Smell fish and I'm like, that smells like fish. But then I eat it and it's fried and I'm like, oh, that's delicious. Scarlet just. I mean, we do have somebody in the chat named Booty Consumer. That might qualify. Okay, it's probably time for me to wrap things up soon, so let's talk to Emma.
Since I was already in the area, I thought I might as well check out the crime scene.
This girl's name is Emma Skye. She's a high school student studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. She's the youngest sister of my former boss and a witness in one of my trials 2 years ago. It can still, like, okay, think of it this way. Fish is known to smell really bad if you microwave it, but like, it's cooked at that point. You're only microwaving it to heat it up, and it does not smell good. And when you take it out, it still does not smell good. But you eat it, and you're like, ah, it tastes pretty good.
Emma. Detective Gumshoe told me everything over the phone. He sounded really upset. He said you lost your badge at the Grand Tower and Kay became a mummy.
Please calm down. Thought you left for Europe just a few days ago. Don't tell me you've come back already.
Yep, and I brought my teacher from abroad too. He needed an interpreter, so I volunteered to help.
Your teacher cannot speak English. Why aren't you with him right now?
You can still communicate with people. Don't underestimate the importance of body language.
That doesn't really count as a language. Is language only spoken? Because if not, it does count as a language. It can count as a language. Maybe not a formal language, but like a universally understood language. I can't think of many times I've had steamed fish. Grilled and fried I like though. Some fish, it's not that it's bad, but it doesn't really have too much of a taste to it, or it's a little fishy, I guess. I don't really see that as a flavor more so than just, because it's more of like a smell that it has when you consume it. Okay, I know that's getting confusing because your taste is based on your taste buds and your smell. So, anyways, those are the types of fish where I prefer using a lot of tartar sauce. Yeah, sign language. Braille, Morse code, those are all languages. He's wrong. Edgeworth is wrong. Idiot. God, I can't believe I didn't think of sign language right away. Duh. Is that how I portrayed it? Let the workers have their tartar sauce. What a great episode.
Come gather around, children. It's high time you learn about a hero named Homer and a devil named Burns.
But enough about that.
Oh, but enough about that. What happened to Kay? Is she alright?
My, what a good friend. Isn't this great, Kay?
Yeah? Who are you? Are you Mr. Edwards' new assistant?
Oh, is she jelly? It kind of looked like a jelly look on her face. Ha ha ha. On the contrary, my dear. I'm Ray Shields, head of the Edgeworth Law Offices.
Edgeworth Law Offices? Wait, you mean like defense attorneys? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you suddenly become an attorney?
Prosecutors are attorneys. It's just, she should have said, when did you become a defense attorney? It's just, make sure that's clear. A prosecutor is an attorney. No, it's not like that. Now that I think about it, it is a rather complicated working relationship. Don't sweat the details. Let's start with an introductory hug.
Why'd you become a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth?
Hey, don't just ignore me.
Because I don't approve at all.
Well, why don't we continue this conversation down below?
That's right. The police could arrive any second now. Mr. Edgeworth, who's she?
Can you stop being jealous for like 1 second? I'll explain later. First, we have to go down the hatch. Not in Japan, so what's the difference? A prosecutor would still be an attorney because you're practicing law. They don't even use like attorney as a generalized term there because they still use defense attorney, which would then specifically mean defense attorneys. So if that's the case, they can't ever use the word just attorney. Yeah. I love the Mr. Burns centered stuff. Like it's always so like he's ridiculous. It's always really funny. Brioche does not blend well with Whataburger or Grand Buster. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, right?
How dare you become like Mr. Wright, who helped save my family? Fuck you.
Oh God. I knew that attorneys weren't selected from experienced lawyers, but I did not realize that what they did was go to 1 year mandatory legal training research institute. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You see, it doesn't say that. I'm not seeing anything that says that prosecutors go through a different process of, like, going through their work other than they get hired by the government instead of by a private firm. They have a bar exam. They have a 1 year of internship. I think that's actually a really great idea. I think that would help U.S. attorneys. So if they both go through the same process, there's no distinction. Other than one works for the government, one doesn't. No, all attorneys are lawyers, but not all lawyers are attorneys. Attorneys are practicing lawyers. They actually practice in a field of law. But you can just be a lawyer who works in a capacity that, like, involves law in some way, but you're not doing anything to actually practice law. Right. I know, that's why I said. I knew that the judges weren't taken from pools of experienced lawyers. Hi, look, when people, I told you that! Yeah, I know, I acknowledge that. Trep did that earlier. I'm like, yeah, I fucking know. I said it. I think it makes sense to have an internship. Oh, I don't know, Lugia. I don't remember exactly what she said in her comment. No, that wouldn't be why they would specify attorneys when talking about defense, because we call them defense attorneys here too. And then say, we use the same lingo, it's just prosecutors are also attorneys, and we just all know that. Like, there's literally no difference in how we describe each other. I'm not aware of her getting a Discord. I mean, like, from a localization standpoint, they should be changing it to, like, what it is here, because that makes more sense. Well, yeah, I mean, in America, it's done that way, too. You say, this is the prosecution, this is the defense. This is the prosecutor, this is the defense attorney. But they're all attorneys still. That's why it's weird, because this is the first time the game has ever, the series in general has ever presented it this way. Hey, Jags, thanks for the raid, my dude. Make sure to go check out Jag's YouTube channel. There's the link there. Thank you, Lugia, for posting that. So show him some love for throwing the radar away. I'd greatly appreciate it. Jags, what were you playing this evening? Also, hello to Game Sexual, Monique, Joker, and Jags himself, as well as Explosive Werewolf. Welcome, and thank you for coming in on the raid. Yeah, and if it was going to happen, it would happen in the fan translation, right? Because this is where it's less likely to be consistent. So I mean, like ultimately you could be right. It just, to me, it'd be dumb because you're specializing one word but not using the generalized version, because then it would apply to all of them, but you don't use that because you want to keep them like that. Doesn't that seem silly? I don't know. That just seems silly to me. Skyrim, nice. Are you playing Skyrim with any mods? Oh, I see. So there could be. There could be. We're just not sure. Okay, well, that's fair enough. The red car was attacked by me. I don't know, it just seems logically weird. They go through the same process of like getting to where they are, and then suddenly they're different. They're considered different professions? Even though they interact. I don't know, that just seems weird to me. Well, that's cool. Well, yeah, we're playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. This is a fan translation because this game never was released in the US. And for the most part, it is a very well done and humorous fan translation. Oh, that's a junker. I always just assume it's a junker. Okay, I guess I'll be joining the defense team. I'll explain about that too. Well then, let's go to the storeroom. I want to see this storeroom before we end for the evening. Yeah, I see that. Damn. Just able to rehash like 4 pieces of like sentences off the top of your head for this specific topic. That is some good recollecting there. Come on, damn light. There we go. It's pretty dark down here. I can't see a thing. Watch your footing, Emma. Ouch! I think I hit my head. Okay, be careful not to slip. Take your time coming down. Okay. The light switch should be somewhere around here. This is... We know what that is, right? Isn't that from the first game? Why is it here? What? Why is this? Okay. That's so strange. Is that a price tag? The hidden 51st floor. Is it being used as a storeroom? We'll need to investigate it thoroughly.
Mr. Edward, please tell me about this case. I'm gonna whine more.
Right then, where should I begin?
I see. This is certainly a serious situation.
Why does she look like she's having so much fun?
Looks like you're in a bind, prosecutorial attorney Edgeworth.
I'm not a defense attorney, nor is there such a thing as a prosecutorial attorney. That's a really stupid way of putting that.
This looks like a job for science. Don't you worry, I've got everything here in my bag.
Are you sure you're up for this, Emma?
Of course. So once again, it's good to be working with you, Mr. Edgeworth.
And I'm glad to be working with you as well.
Looks like we've got ourselves another cute assistant. So what's the plan? That lift looks pretty suspicious to me.
It looks like it goes down? I'm curious as well. But first, we should investigate this room. Okay, if you find out anything, be sure to tell Uncle Ray. Or, you can also look for stuff too.
If I remember something, I'll let you know.
Yes, please do. Emma?
Roger, I'm ready to support.
Well then, let's begin the investigation.
But didn't we find that item ourselves?
The statue.
Yes. Is it some sort of new fact?
No. This is evidence from a case that I was previously involved in. I believe it was called the Alice Red statue. There were supposed to be two of them, one real and one fake, but no matter which one this is, it's unnatural for it to turn up in a place like this.
Mr. Edgeworth, you've really seen a lot of cases. Something.
We're done. We're done for the evening. I'll be back Wednesday. Thank you to Jags for the raid. Thank you to Infernal and Maxim for re-upping your memberships. And somebody new joined. Who joined that was new? The Loyal Bro. The Loyal Bro. Thank you for joining the student body. Much appreciated. Yeah, we are done. I am not in a lot of mood right now. We'll wait until Wednesday. So guys, again, make sure to go check out Jags' channel. There's his link once again. I don't have anybody going right now. I need to find more people to raid for later. As you guys know, I hate doing it blind. Any awkward moments. I really have you ever rated somebody and then they seem mad that you rated them and you're like, I kind of wish I hadn't done that yet. It is not pleasant. Then you feel like an asshole for all your viewers who are sent to somebody who, kind of doesn't like people. So definitely need to expand that that roster for late night raids. So yeah, maybe Wednesday though. So yeah, I will talk to everybody later, and you have a wonderful evening. Stream is adjourned. Hello.
Hello, welcome back to Students of Gaming. KY is on the sticks. He forgot how to open up a shrine.
I did. Wow, if I can approach the pedestal, there we go.
Come here, son. Can you help me open up my phone? I need to find a QVC code.
I don't know what a PDF is.
That's damn
QVC code.
I don't know what a PDF is.
To those who set foot in the shrine, I am Tina Koza.
Did you guys see how that guy was moving?
Huh? My bag got stolen a while ago. That's nice.
That's not nice.
My bag was just stolen. Nope. I see.
What the fuck?